How's everybody doing? A little bit before your 30 seconds. What you wanted to do? Intro there. How's everybody going? I've got some cool music playing in the background. I really do like that intro song. So I saw somebody write something about like, will I ever change the intro? Yeah, probably at some point, but only when I get bored of it. But the song itself I really like. The song was done by a friend of mine called Mudjet. Haven't spoke to him in like ages, but still, like, I do really like that song. I think they're pretty good at making pleasant music to listen to. But this one as well that we've got playing at the moment, I like it a lot. Hola soy not a what? Anyway, let's say hello to a few people that are in chat, and chat is going a bit cray-cray. Welcome back, Z Ultimate. How's it going? Dipley, I don't believe I've seen you around here before, so welcome to the streams. Luca Mikos, welcome back. Not a thing, welcome back. CX76CX, welcome back again. Chromatic Schnitzel Bro, welcome. I think the OBS framing is balked. Oh, it is! You're right! It is! How do I... Alright, there we go. Yep, alright. So what's happened is, I stream in 1080, so my stream is set up for 1080. Well, not actually 1080, you know, like ultra-wide 1080. It's like 1080 vertically, but like the width of it is 2560. Whereas my monitor and my recording is set up for ultra-wide 4K. So when I switch between the two, I keep forgetting that it keeps on changing the size. And that would be why my webcam looks oh so big. Let's shrink that down a smidge. So then it's not just my ugly mug in shot. About there. Yeah, alright, maybe I'll start streaming in 4K, who knows. We're a minute in and we have Scuff already. I mean, apparently it was from before already. The 787B is in, except I would have liked you to have put on an actual, like, livery that you would have seen on a 787B. That would have been cool. I also like the, 787B a lot. Just doing some fiddling right now. Because of the way Chrome works, it doesn't like to play the next song unless it's like a window that can be seen. Nah. But yeah, I like the 787B a lot. Welcome Crownless back. Pyromanus, how's it going? You don't have time to do J-Beam? It's a part of my video process, so I give a lot of that to a lot of my things. Welcome Jonas Zahid, welcome, and welcome Hijugo. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Nasrullah Nasir, welcome to the stream as well. Got a lot of new people in here today. Yeah. Yo, do you like my car? The Mika Mini S, the small red sedan, not the 1940s one. Okay, so you mean the little, nearly a hatchback sort of looking thing. Yeah, I mean, I think it looks pretty cool. I'm glad it made it in above, some other cars. Won't say who. But then again, they're all in this week. But, like, glad it didn't get pushed out is what I should say there. Rodney Hayes, welcome. Sea-Dog, and I'm assuming not the VA variety. Just pronounce it Hugo? Alright then, I'll pronounce it Hugo then. I'm definitely not watching while writing an essay that's due to my... Oh, yeah, that happens sometimes. Welcome, Eman Fokim. Okay, how's it going? My name is pronounced... So it's pronounced Emahakim. Okay, Emahakim. Alright, interesting. Welcome EU Creamy YouTube. That's a name. That's quite the name there. Do you know that Henny Ford is from Tasmania? I don't know who Henny Ford is. You just made it up? Okay. Yeah, no wonder I didn't understand. Black Box of Death and Misfortune of the Roof of the Green Jaguar-looking car. Green Jaguar-looking... I don't think any of these cars look like a Jaguar, to be honest. I have returned after missing a few streams. Welcome back, Broken Earth, to the stream. I'm watching Making a Model Corvette. Oh, nice. Welcome, Omegatronic. How's it going? Oh, you mean Henry Ford. It's odd that I love it. Your name? Alright. Why does the yellow car look like a Monaro and Sylvia combo? I mean, I did see a lot of Sylvia in the yellow car. I will readily admit that. But Monaro? No. Not by my opinion. But then again, I live around Monaros and see them all the time, so... the only one that people have ever said looked like a Monaro was the OG Volvo C70. At passing glances, the coupe version, not the convertible version, apparently a lot of people here in Australia were going, oh, it just looks like a Commodore, a Monaro from certain angles. Some of them look like grandma cars, and then there's some fast cars. There's some pretty cool looking cars here. I'm excited to try the 787B and to figure out whether they have actually made it handle good, which a lot of the times when I get race cars, it's very much a toss-up as to whether they actually know how to make a car handle well. So I am hoping it's good, because it looks pretty good, even if it is black and not like the colors that everybody knows. Why is an car from the 1910s? Because somebody wanted to make one from the 1910s, obviously. It's using the Sylvia body? Yeah, I mean, it looks like it. Watching while eating Zurich. Isn't that a country? Zurich? Anyway, let's move on. Does anybody know what this black square thing is? I've seen it around a bunch in preparation for this, but now it's like flickering quite a lot right here. Is that a thing I can fix? What is this? I've changed my graphical settings, like just the base, like changing between high and low graphics, all that sort of stuff. Just nothing seems to get rid of these black flickering squares on specifically automation cars. And I get the feeling a lot of the times that beamng actually really doesn't like automation cars being in their game, and maybe they probably regret making this deal, because they really treat them quite poorly. Polish Zoop. Z is more of a... okay then. Shurik. Alright. The black square thing is, yes, a glitch. I've tried to make it handle well, but it doesn't handle well with controller, okay? In the paint scheme, you can change the main color close enough to green. I made it default color. I did a stream a while ago on how to do liveries. It's a little bit of Blender work. If you're not afraid of doing extra work, you could have quite easily done a livery here. I mean, easily, maybe not the right word, but you get the idea. Jori? Sorry, Zurich? Alright. Keep it rebuilding the AU Falcon with Japanese-style body kit to become the most... Did you know that they were going to create a two-door version of the AU Falcon? Oh, no, not AU Falcon. Yeah, this is something that they were going to make. I'm glad they didn't, because the AU was already a failure of a car. Here we go. This is the one that everybody knows, with the god-awful, like, egg yolk separated from, like, an egg frying sort of looking headlight. It was so bad. Like, the AU Falcon. Terrible, terrible looking car. This would have done, just, it probably would have sent them bankrupt, to be honest, in Australia, like, 20 years early. Anyway. Let's get to looking at the cars that we have been given this week so far. I also want to point out something ever so quickly. they have locked this map out by default in the menu for selecting maps. If you want to select this, you have to go down to this include auxiliary debug content. And then you go down to showroom. Now you may think, oh, well maybe it became out of date, so they decided to not put it in anymore. No. What's actually happened is they've updated it. This is now a complete cyclorama sort of looking thing. It's a complete bowl. There's no corners to this thing. So they updated it and then didn't include it in the game by default. This is so weird. Dang, I'd rather building 2-door style on 4-door saloon Proton Saga than that horrific. Maybe proofread your comments before putting them in. Falcon looks like a 2002 Monaro and a 2000 C-Class having a child. I think you just need to look at what a Ford Falcon AU is, and then you'll know exactly what it is that they're trying to do there. And yes, that car was meant to compete with the Monaro, which was being, like, had been said that it was coming for a really long time before it actually came. So the Ford boffins were, like, working on that one for a long time. Anyway, moving in here to this one. Lots of cool work around here. I like the, like, even though it looks really shitty and a little bit, unpolished around here, at least they've done a pretty good job. They've not only just done the headlight cutout sort of section, but they've even put little bolts in there, and they've got the wraparound fairly perfect. I think they've done a rather nice job. There's a lot of squares here right now. Oh my god. What is this square garbage? I think showroom was hidden because most players won't use it. Same with the example map. Sure, maybe. Maybe. Oh, okay. Does that move? Oh, it does actually move with the brakes. I mean, it's not right, but they've done a pretty cool job there of adding their own custom brakes in. So they've done J-beam editing. Now we have 4 piston brakes on the front with double whoosh. Now, is this suspension animated? Can we... right here? Alright. Hey, it looks like the suspension is animated. Good work. Dang, this tube chassis car looking neat. Yeah, they've done a lot of cool stuff in here. What is this meant to be? Is that meant to be some sort of, like, tank of some sort? It wouldn't be where the fuel tank is. That goes behind the driver. Interesting way of making a ribbed-looking pipe. Okay. We have what looks to be semi-slicks as well. Double wishbone suspension. A bit rudimentary, but okay. No front drive by the looks of it as well, so that's pretty good. There's a lot of Z-fighting happening here, and that's something you probably could have fixed if you were going into Blender anyway, which it looks like you've done here. Big engine, we'll look at that in a second. We have 4 piston in the back as well, so I am expecting this thing to have balanced brakes, hopefully. Hopefully there's not too much rear bias, though. Zelda Village music? A little bit. Is this meant to be the rotary engine? I think it is. I can see here that you've tried to make this work, right-clicking after selecting the faces and going to, like, shade smooth would have fixed your little issues there. If that doesn't fix it, then what you need to do is reset vectors and then get rid of all the sharp marked lines. Z-fighting once again there, that's unpleasant to look at. But we do have an internal parts of the engine, and it is, yes, based off of a automation reciprocating piston engine. So, I mean, they've done some interesting stuff here. I will give them a good, like, you've worked pretty hard here. Pi-cut manifold? It's pre-cut manifold? What? That's the battery up front, believe, maybe? Okay, then. Now, let me show you this. Now would be a good time to insert an ad. Creators earn money from inserting ads. The more viewers are watching, give it a try. I'm in the middle of doing a stream. Now would maybe not be a good time to do that. Oh, YouTube. Trying to be so much like Twitch. Oh, let's screw not only the people making the stuff, but also the people watching the stuff. That way we can make a little more moolah. 51 viewers? Oh, wow. That is actually a record for YouTube. Put like 140 hours into it. Yeah. Wow, that's a lot of time. And it really shows you've done a lot of custom work here. It's pretty good. Do you know that the Dodge brothers were from Spain? Okay. Also, the front part is the brake reservoir, I think. I mean, I suppose there would be a little bit of that. Did they put the fuel tank in? So we got... we do have the fuel filler. And yes, it looks like they've put the fuel tank in the right area. Nice work. Also, really custom-looking frames back here, all that sort of stuff. Not entirely sure what this is meant to be. Maybe some sort of radiator or whatnot. And then coming out into, like, a really cool back area. And then, like, 787B's massively overhanging wing. I think this is really fantastic. The side exhaust and whatnot. Maybe the exhaust might peek out. No, that looks alright. Am I getting... Are there graphical glitches happening? Or is... Oh, yeah, there is. What is that? What the... Is that a motion blur thing? Graphics. Motion blur off. It is a motion blur thing. So motion blur is not completely glitchless at the moment. Let's turn that up to max. I love max motion blur. Oh, my computer's struggling. Oh, beamng devs. What would a beamng update be without a lot of disappointment? I put the radiator in front and on the other side too. Okay. It's ping pong, I'm confused. The viewer number? It doesn't really matter. Welcome, Thumper, back to the streams. So, a lot of cool details in here. You've done, like, a really good job. There's a lot of cool details in here. Is that actually meant to be... Oh, no, I thought this might duct into maybe the brakes. But it looks like you got the ducting for the brakes to be down here. Yeah, something like that. A lot of cool, actual... You've put a real lot of thought into this. Which is a lot more than what a lot of other people do. I never actually knew whether this was meant to be like an off-center seat, so... Looks good in here. Do we have... Oh, we have animated steering wheel. Well, I am going to look into, at some point, also how to do an animated shifter at some point. Luca, you can drop it for now. How want to drive and 19... What? Maybe take a second to proofread your comments before posting them. Is the squares part of the motion blur back? Oh. Okay. Let's turn motion blur off. Nope, I'm still getting the squares. That's disappointing. And it's just so super jank. What is this garbage? Stream is a bit laggy right now. Ooh. Is it laggy for everybody? Welcome Indestructible Axe back to the stream. Welcome Chris Games to the stream. How to want to drive and 1910 cars. Anyway, looks pretty good in here. I am pretty happy with a lot of this, like even the material there. What is this material? Is that meant to be... Is that carbon fiber that you've made look red? That's pretty cool, if it is. Because that's normally what I do for seatbelt stuff. If so, nice little touch there. Mwah, love it. No rear view vision mirror? Oh, no, not road legal, bro. But it's fine. One thing I will say that I'm not a big fan of is... One aerial is leant over and the other one is straight up. 787B. It irks me, but is it real? Oh, one's actually leaning forwards and the other one is leaning backwards. What the hell? Here they're curved, but they're both parallel. Weird. But yeah, this irks me a little bit. Don't know, I'm running on a drunk child's brain or whatever, so might just Okay, then. It's kind of so much going on that it's lagging the game. Is the stream lagging? Which I think it has to do with the fact that they updated the graphics a bit. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Maybe turn motion blur down to what it was before. Oh, is it actually properly lagging for you guys? Okay, then. Well, yeah. Let's turn motion blur back down. That's how it looks in the setup? Okay, then. Stream is fine for you? No, stream is pretty... Okay, then. Weird. Let's have a look. At least OBS is telling me I've not dropped any frames, so let's just go with it. Next, we have a Nissan Silvia looking motherfucker. Mouse sensitivity makes it choppy? Mouse sensitivity. Anywho, I will say, this is not a great looking vehicle. Don't want to be rude, but it's looking weird. I feel a lot of this is maybe stemmed from the fact that you didn't think mostly about where maybe the number plate would actually go. I think your headlights are not really the right shape for anything. There's no matching, what are we always... Yeah, leading lines. Leading lines is like a big thing, and that is not done at all with the headlights. This all looks very strange. And very, like, weirdly flat? Like, I think I'm looking at, like, one of those 3D illusion sort of things for this. There's some strange things. I don't know. It just feels... weird. Benetton F1? Maybe, I don't know. Looks perfect from the side, though, this car. I would say yes, except this looks completely off here. The rest of it looks good enough, sure. I feel that this indicator isn't lined up with these decal stripes. It's a bit weird. Looks at the logo. American Truck Simulator, the logo? So dragon with some lines on it. Is that the old, like, VHS symbol or whatever? Something like that? Maybe it was just on old movies. I want to go buy some ice cream, but I don't want to miss anything. I wish I could have ice cream, but, like, I fart way too much. Is that the right-hand drive in the car using US plates? Is it US plates? It is US plates. And it is right-hand drive. So this is like a, an aftermarket, sorry, not aftermarket, personally imported, car. Anyway, moving in, we have... looks like a medium compound, but with, like, the striping glitch, which I don't know how to do. I don't think I've ever had the striping glitch. I don't know what people are doing to get this glitch. I have never had it. It's a Plymouth logo? Oh, okay, then. 2-piston vented brakes, double wishbone on what I'm assuming is a monocoque? I think that's monocoque, yeah. Then coming down here, got some really poorly matched hoses going to an intercooler. Very, very narrow hose to an intercooler as well. And then they've got like a super thick, fat radiator. Weird choices have been made. We got a 4-cylinder in here as well. The valve cover, pretty generic. Got a heat shield because, for some reason, automation has the turbo sit a million miles away from the engine block, which I don't understand. I don't think I have ever seen a stock vehicle where an exhaust goes out quite so far. Any critics for the plate apart from it being way too small? Oh, okay. What I was talking about. There is no place here that a manufacturer has made for the number plate to sit. So let's have a look at the S14 for this. So you can see there that it's clearly got a large barge area and then a place for a number plate. What you've done is just kind of tacked it on there, and it is too high. As you can see that it's kind of in line there. A lot of bumpers do have it sitting there. Let's also, somebody said it looked a little bit like a Holden, because I don't think this looks really like a Nissan from the front. It looks way too weird. Monaro. This is more what I was talking about, where you got like an indentation, but like there's a place for it, and it's all thought out about like having the number plate being a part of the design of the car. So when you get the number plate on there, it's aiding in the design of the vehicle itself. Whereas this, it's so messy because you've not thought about where anything is doing anything. And I would also probably say that your upper grille is maybe too small, and then your lower grills are just way too big. Mercury logo, alright. Cool, alright. So, Mercury... Cinema? Is that just a South Australian cinema? Alright. Did Mercury make movies or something like that? Because I feel like I've seen this on things. We didn't get Mercury the cars in Australia. Plate mount? Yeah, not just a plate mount, but like a place for it. And then everything kind of like is all thought of as one single thing. Only concept cars don't bother putting a number plate on. Anyway, moving back into this car, we have no front drive, that's good. Coming out to the rear, we have independent rear suspension, we have double wishbone. So maybe not Japanese per se, because Japanese, the Nissans at least that these were based upon, I believe were multi-link? I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Then what we've got is a solid disc, which is pretty good. Vented on the front, solid on the back. Perfectly fine. You do need to do a lot of braking with the rear of a car, but not so much with a front engine car. And even then, its heat loading will be a lot less, so it won't need to be cooled quite as much. So save a little bit of money, don't have such a complicated rear brake disc. Who cares if it has a Mercury? Whatever. Mercury is a sub-company of Ford? Yeah. It's a Mercury-Nissan collab for some reason. Alright. Fixture scaling was put through a random number generator. I don't know. Anyway, moving on to the back. Ah, now we're looking a lot more Nissan Silvia. It looks odd. Okay, what is the back end of a Nissan Silvia look like? Yeah, okay, so what I thought. It does go up a little bit to match the body lines of the boat line, but then it was flat at the bottom, which would then match this boat line that they've put in here. So you can see this, it goes curved up there, but then this is just like a... If you've got like a low down level, you'll see that this is a fairly flat line. Load in it, there we go. And then on the top it's curved. So, you've done a pretty good job here, but like a flat line on the bottom, I think would have looked a lot better. Why are the taillights bent? Because they half thought about it and got pretty close. But not quite. They don't look straight at all. Yeah, I know. Welcome person to the stream, by the way. Looks like a S13 more than an S14. No, but we'll have a look at S13 as well. This is actually just very straight. It's not curved at all. Let's have a look at 180SX rear, maybe? That's only going to show... Here we go. 180SX. So it does curve up a slight bit in the middle, but not really much at all. And then you've got like actual, more complicated sort of geometry that is not just the shape you should make the light, but you should also put in like crease lines along here and whatnot to show the separation and all that sort of stuff. How does it look like an S13? It has, yeah, Looks nothing like an S13. Welcome, Doctoric. Hopefully I said that right. Looks like 300SX taillights, but... Wait, 300SX? I've never heard of that before. Do you mean Z or ZX? Yeah, no, that's a S... Wait, no. SX? This was never called a 300SX here in Australia. What the hell? That is weird. Yeah, it is a bit weird background music. Let's go maybe change that. It's meant to be calm music, not suspenseful. What was that weirdness? That's the wrong thing. Nope. There we go. That's what we want. Think the lights are too high? I think maybe if they had to just put like the flat line along the bottom, probably would have helped a little bit. There's also no extra little lights down around here, which is fairly common. Let's go rear on that. So yeah, oh no, that's not a good image. Yeah, you can see there's extra little lights down the bottom, which in some places are reflectors. This doesn't have it, has it on the side maybe. Let's go back to the S14. Have a look at the rear there, see what they've got for lights. Can we find a standard body? Is this a standard rear end? Okay, this actually has nothing. Can't tell if that's a stock rear bumper though. Yeah, no. Alright. What is the verticality? You know what it is? The rear bumper is so goddamn thick that it makes the taillights look like they're the right size. Whereas here, the bumper here is like a normal sort of size. So what you could have done is maybe made the lights a little bit more tall and then done the flat line along the bottom. Welcome, Dale. Very strange RX-7 tail. Oh, god damn it. 300ZX are lousy around my pants. Okay. Moving on to the next car, we have this looking mofo. I think this is meant to be that like a failure of a F1 car that nobody ever talked about until Jimmy Carr did a video on it. Which one was it? There was a car that he did. F1. Worst F1 car? What is this meant to be? You know what? No, it actually doesn't look like it. I thought this was meant to be the MasterCard card, but it's not. Probably assaulting the Japanese... Okay, the Benetton F1 car? Alright. The Life car, that's what I was thinking of. Anyway. This is something entirely different that I know nothing about. And they've given, like... Midfield team looking to take advantage of term... Is this like a custom, sort of like their own story sort of car? If so, cool. Yeah. Jimmy Broadbent promo? A little bit. Got some cool looking wheels on here. Not really F1 wheels, but still pretty cool. Almost looks Turbofan-esque, but not real... What? Oh, okay, you've made custom suspension. Does the custom suspension move? It doesn't. So if you know how to do blender sort of stuff, what you would do is export the car normally with suspension that you would have in automation. Then you would get rid of that in the DAE file. You would take this into Blender. You would separate the suspension from the car. Name those suspension components the same as what they were named, like the actual name of the suspension stuff from automation. And then export the suspension out and then the body out and maybe rename the body and then call a different name in the JBeam, if you know all that sort of technical stuff. But then what that'll do is make this suspension actually act like suspension. I'll do a video on it one day. I don't think I've ever tried Thai food. I don't know. South Australia is not particularly a multicultural hub. They made this car, NA, and made another car called the Stevens, which is turbocharged. Okay, then. So, what sort of brakes do we have here? We have 3 piston brakes on the front. All right, interesting. Oh, getting some, like, that weird graphical glitch again. Yeah, hopefully the beamng devs get on to making this motion blur work properly. Look at all these squares. What the hell is going on? It's having a complete hissy fit here. Weird. Alright, moving backwards. Do we have... which car are we on? We're on that one, so we're probably gonna go... That one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Yep, then this one? No, okay, we don't have animated steering wheel or anything. Oh my god, the black squares are everywhere! Holy cow, this is insane! Have I ever been to Poland? No, I haven't. Though I do have some Polish background. Moving to the back, we have our... There's meant to be a 3.5 litre V10. Cool looking engine. 3.5 litres era doesn't really have many V10s. So... sorry, V8, sorry. Rather rare. Oh, the spaghetti exhaust. Yeah, after I made my video where I said they don't do spaghetti exhaust for race anymore, I went and had a look at different engine configurations, and yes, the spaghetti exhaust just isn't there for the V12. Which I also, personally, don't really like the look of, especially when it exposed to beamng, and it looks like Dorito, crusty, sort of, not great. I don't mean rotary, but yeah, you get the idea. Cool. Oh, the inside of here looks really trippy with materials on materials thing. Nice. And yeah, they're using my McLaren body as well. Automation doing that thing where it like puts a muffler in for whatever reason as well. Stream lagging a bit, is that for everybody else or just for Max Ball Racing? Also, welcome Max Ball Racing to the stream. I was with that i8 without even knowing you had a YouTube. Welcome, Caden. Are you talking about my beamng car? Cool. Error, my computer is really dying. Welcome, Zeron. How's it going? And there's a lot of people coming in here. Welcome, Curry. I don't know if you're going to attempt your name. Gotta suppress the sound to make it road legal, yo. Alright. It is lagging? Weird. I'm not getting any drop frames. Maybe if I turn off motion blur altogether. See, the thing is I'm not getting any of that. That is weird. Welcome, Niz. The game is... Your camera isn't. Okay, weird. Welcome, Art and Games. That's strange. That is very strange, because it's not having any issues. And I streamed in 4K... Sorry, with my current 4K setup last week. Let's change the bitrate down to 11,000. Hopefully that fixes that. But anyway, what wheel diameter looks kind of small? They were all 13 inches by this point. That was the requirement. Yes, I was talking about beamng car. I'm once had mad bit of grip for it. And I said something about the engine exploding when you turn it on. Oh, okay, you're that guy. Yeah, it'll happen. But anyway, just how F1 tires. Oh, the car needs some Parmalat. Yeah, so they started using bigger wheels in F1 like a year or two ago. So they both should be 13 inches here. $700 would be 7 meters tire diameter. I think you mean 700 millimeters or 70 centimeters. You can lower the resolution as long as it's not like Java mobile game. Alright, next we're moving on to this car. So I can see that they've tried to do the leading lines thing, and I will say, okay, but you haven't really done a particularly great job. You've only matched seemingly this line with this line. But then you've got this curved line at the bottom, and then it comes down for a headlight. It almost looks like something that a really poor company at designing would do. Maybe like Mercedes or something like that. Or a French company of any brand. It just doesn't look good. Maybe even that one weird Lexus that is not like not the one I was talking about last week, but that other, like, the really melty looking one. Blacked out headlights so they work less. Sure, why not? I mean, if you're running really bright headlights, it doesn't really matter. Moving on from that, nothing really seems to fit a theme. So you've gone, like, modern round lights, a semi sort of modern-esque sort of round and square, but in a modern format, front grille. Then you've got, like, a 2000s low, which is fine, and then another 2000s, but like an aggressive 2000s sort of thing here. It just everything looks a little bit hodgepodge. It's probably the word I would use. Welcome Arlekill back to the stream. Mercedes front Charger body? What? But yeah, then it is a Charger-like body, or I would say more like the what's the one Grand Theft Auto 5 car that uses a Charger-esque sort of body? That's what that kind of more reminds me of. Engineers in country using good measurement systems often joke, what are you building, a shed? When they are given dimensions in bigger units than millimeters. Ah. Even in sheds you use thousands of millimeters sometimes. It's the 2005? Yeah, everything here just looks a little bit mismatched. What is that one? List of Lexus cars. List of Lexus vehicles. What's the one I'm thinking of? Oh, it's not going to actually show me pictures of them all? This one. This is what it's kind of reminding me a little bit with the headlights. Just that, like, goopy roundedness. It's not great. Hey, welcome back, Moye. How do you still have energy after recording? Bro, I was so flat on energy, and I was just, like, in recuperation sort of period, that I forgot that I had a stream. And it was, like, 2 minutes before my stream was meant to start, and I was like, oh no, I have to stream. Hold on. When did I actually put the message in Discord that I'd forgotten? 1 minute before stream was meant to start is when the message actually said, oh shit, I forgot about my stream. And I was also uploading at the same time, so not only did I have to get ready, when I got ready I was like, okay, oh wait, no, I'm uploading the footage that I'd recorded, so I had to delay it like an extra 20-something minutes. It sucked! Passed out right after, yeah. Bro, I was so exhausted after that. Muya no, not a Muya collab. I may as well tell you, because it's not really, like, I've recorded most of a collab with Carmighty, again. We're doing another video together. Muya was in it. That will... I can't believe that they edit those videos. Those videos are a nightmare to edit. Generally, I find it really difficult to edit, like, multiple people sort of videos as well. So that's meant to come out, I think, in a month and a half. I'm probably going to time it to come out maybe a couple of weeks beforehand, so it'll have, like, its lift up and then, like, die off of views. And then when Carmighty releases his, it'll give mine a second wave. Probably a good way of doing it. I reveal at 1 million, if ever. Nah, don't take glasses off. No, I do take glasses off sometimes. I would love 1,000,000 subs. That would be amazing. I'll kill 50 minutes? Yeah. If you guys don't know that I did a video with Carmighty in the past, yes. Yeah, Moya. Moya knows the stress of it all. What's really sucky is when you're trying to do certain things, and people in the video are talking about things that are not really either pertinent to what's happening or what's not happening on screen at that time. So you've got this bit of footage which like ties two parts of a story together, which you can't put into the video. It becomes a real pain in the dick. So you have to come up with like creative ways of editing around these sorts of things, and it takes so much time and so much effort. I'm not looking forward to editing that video at all, which is part of the reason why I'm fine with like delaying that video for like a month, which there is still also more to record on that. How do you consistently wearing the same outfit style, dude? Vineboom? I like my bow tie, and I just have a few shirts that I like to wear. They're comfy shirts, they feel good. Anyway, let's get back to looking at the cars we're doing. Moya has 50 of the same shirt. I don't think I've ever paid that much attention to your shits. Anyway, moving into some nice alloy wheels. We've got 5-side as well. Good thought patterns there. Got a medium compound, so this is probably... You know, yeah, sports tires wouldn't have been very common in 2005, so I feel that a sports compound is fine. Probably either next time go larger tires and wheels, or just larger tires, and then have the car sit a bit higher to make the wheel arches fill out a little bit more. What you can potentially do then, if the car is too tall, put on like a 3D place side skirt, and then maybe a little bit of a brim skirt around down the bottom here. Multiple tracks save the day? Yeah. We'll wear... Wait, you wore a maid dress? You and Twin Turbo's gotta get on that. Gotta get on that together. Yes, I have 7 white Mouye shirts. Alright. You know what? The first time I heard of somebody actually bothering to really fully think that through was Tom Scott saying that he had bought like, I think like 100 red shirts or something, so then he could just have that as his branding for the next like 10, 20 years or whatever. And by that point, if you run out of shirts, which I'm pretty sure like moths will get to and destroy them before he actually gets through them all, you could probably just have some made. Like, having custom-made shirts, not the most expensive thing to do. I mean, it's not cheap, but when you're that big, like, Tom Scott is, yeah. That was made for Rude's cell. Oh, okay, then. It was barely in spec, so this is made for a challenge for Rue, who's a smaller YouTube content creator. You guys like my sort of stuff, then you can probably go check them out as well. They're a little bit smaller, they're a lot more chill than I am as well, so if you want something relaxing, give them a shot. Who wears different clothes every day? Oh god, I do wear the same clothes a lot. We got 3-piston brakes. That is a very rare brake number, by the way. Usually they like to have only 2 on a side, and then... Oh, sorry, an even number on a side, and then start mirroring on the other side. So I'll usually often go 1, because that's just the most basic and cheapest one to do. 2, 4, 6. I don't know if there's ever been more than 6, I don't know. I know there's been a few 8s, but what they've done there is they put 4 pistons on one side, and then rotated around 180 degrees, they've got another 4 pistons. Great for stopping power, you don't really need it unless you got a high downforce car or a super heavy vehicle. The problem with that is the discs themselves don't have enough time to cool down, and they do get damaged very quickly and very easily. I think there was also another car that had 6-piston and 4-piston in the similar sort of configuration. Very weird. Rue's the best chill YouTuber? Yeah, they're pretty chill. Might as well go now. No, don't go now! Luca, no. Betty has 12 piston brakes, I think. Wow, that's insane. Hold on. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 piston on one side, so that's probably 8 altogether. Okay. I don't think there's 18 piston brakes. Can't really tell. Oh, wait, no, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's only 4 pistons there. Alright. I can't really tell. That looks weird. Is that... Oh, it's a toy car. I thought they put this on a... Yeah, I think they've put toy stuff on a real vehicle just for the, like, the meme of it, I'm assuming. Alright, that's weird. So they got 8 pistons here. Very, very rare. Bro didn't close the tab every search he did? What? No, I don't really close tabs. It's a habit. Anyway, we've got 4... Whoa! Why is that engine so low? What the hell? Let's go to this one. Is that the right car? Yeah, good. The right car. What the hell? Why is it so small and so low? Let's go Control N here. Where are our engine nodes? That is actually where the engine is sitting. Like, physically. It's... Okay, so you've moved it a bit forwards, but it actually sits this low by default. What the hell? Yeah, I do have 32 gigs of RAM, yeah. So you can see here that that's an engine node, that's an engine node, but the back of the engine is like up here, and the engine nodes end before the edge of the engine. But it's actually this low. So it being this low is not faked. That is weird. I did not expect that. That is... Look at this! Why is the engine so... What the hell? Is it just like a really tiny engine? I think it is. And then automation just had like a brain fart, didn't know where to put it. 4.3 liter? Is that... It doesn't look that small. This is weird. Phil, do Australian food is good. I'm going to say that there's nothing really quintessentially Australian in any of our cuisine. We're such a young country that everything is from everywhere else. Vegemite is Marmite, which is English, but a lot more popular here. There's a lot of Italian food. In the South Australia, there's a lot of German food. There's a lot of Asian food, mostly Chinese, a little bit of Japanese. And then there's some others occasionally. There's some Indian, not very much. Yeah, we don't have much uniqueness. This is a very low engine. This is weird. Also, you've got beer cans just here. I only just noticed that. That's weird. So, exhaust manifold.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
That's going to be a no from me. Now, I know that you said this was a challenge sort of build, so maybe you were just going to like, haha, let's cheese the challenge. Fair enough. I will give you a pass on that, but I also then don't want to give you a full fill score because it's so weird. You've also got an overhead valve, 2 valves per cylinder, on a car from 2005? No, I don't think so. Hold on, how many cylinders is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no, this is a V16. Sorry, my bad. I was calling it a V12 for the longest time. Sushi is chef's kiss? Oh yeah, I love sushi, but not the sushi that's made in South Australia. Australia making Milo and milk. 10 to 1. 10 parts Milo to 1 part milk on Milo? Oh... I don't know if does anywhere else really get Milo? I mean, there's Quick, which is similar, and I know that a few other places get Quick or similar to Quick. But I don't think anybody gets Milo. I love Milo. Single exhaust too? Oh, bro. I hate this car so much. So we have no front drive. Let's move down to the back. Let's move on from this just absolute abomination. Did I see a ladder chassis? No, I didn't. Okay, there is no chassis here showing. Independent rear suspension, single piston, compared to 3 in the front. I feel that the braking is probably going to be incredibly off. But anyway, moving around to the back. This rear spoiler doesn't work. It doesn't really match. The taillights also don't look particularly like they match, but they look good. Only issue I have is that you've got a trunk line which comes down here, or a boot line, which means that the taillights are going to be inside of that and where the trunk is going to lift up from. Now, you can have brake lights here, but they're not going to be for any regulation reasons. A lot of them just fake them to look like reflectors. What you should have instead is your brakes on the outside here, and then have whatever you want there. It doesn't really matter because the regulators say that any sort of lights can't be on moving bodywork. So that, that's just technicality. Doesn't really matter. It looks fine. It's an automation car. What do we expect? But as a realism thing, that's a bit off. BMW rear, change your mind? Sure, I'd see a little bit of Nissan here as well. Nesquik the rabbit? That's one, Nesquik, not Quick. Yeah, sorry. Oh man, my Mikamo is just chilling in the... I don't know what that means. In South Africa, we have oh, you had Milo. Oh, cool, okay. Yeah, Milo very popular here, especially in, like, the summertime. It's, like... It's tradition to just have, like... Let's have a look. Does anybody who doesn't know what Milo looks like? Actually, you know what? Let's go here. What country is Milo? Originally developed in Australia. Okay, yeah, so it is Australian. So this is what they would expect you to normally have as a mixture there, and then you would stir it up, or that's what a normal mixture looks like. This is what most people do. They just, like, have a huge clump of Milo, and then add a little bit of milk, so it turns into, like, a crusty thing. Now, don't get this confused. It doesn't just make chocolate milk. It is so much better than chocolate milk. Chocolate milk also has, like, its own advantages. There's reasons why you would have chocolate milk over Milo, but Milo itself... fan-frickin-tastic. Here, this is a good ratio of Milo. You would add, like this. I don't know why they've got this here, but this is how much Milo you would have, and then you'd add a little bit of milk to it. Screw stuffing Milo? What? And then when you're done with it, you can use the Milo tin, which is like this big, as your exhaust pipe. Anyway, moving on to this guy. It's a joke here in Australia to say that you got like a Milo tin exhaust. Some more cans. All right. Apparently they have a fascination with the cans. Decent interior. Everything is here. Nothing to complain about, except for the fact that this is meant to be a 2005. There really wouldn't have been much of a screen here at all, most likely. Unless it was like a top-end expensive sort of car. Which, it looks expensive, but it doesn't look top-end. Like we're talking over 100,000 for back in those days kind of price. Can confirm that this is unknown to Germans. Milo? Yeah. Haven't had Milo until... Neither have I, bro. God, I miss Milo now that I'm thinking about it. But not right now. It's way too cold weather. There's a video where Aussies make fun of Milo milk ratios. Really? Oh, that's great. Let's go Milo milk ratio. So, yeah. Here we go. No, that's not right. I thought that was Milo in the back there, and they're going to add milk to that. Yes! I have done this many a times. Can we get a bigger image of that? What the hell is wrong with you? Why is that image so small? But yeah, so you can see here that this is all Milo that just has not, like, interacted with the milk whatsoever. Then there's a little bit of milk and then a little bit of like the top loose Milo that's floated to the top. Perfect Milo ratio. If you're not chewing it, it's not a good drink. Milo to milk, they reckon a 1-to-1. Oh! They did it on this channel as well? You know what? I don't care if they, like, strike this. I need to check this video out. Let's go check this out.
What are you doing?
What?
What on earth are you doing?
Making a Milo?
That's not how you make a Milo.
Well, this is how I like my Milos.
Your ratio is all off.
You fill a glass with milk, you add a couple spoons of Milo.
No, are you an animal?
Jackson, everyone does it like this.
Do you need to be educated?
No.
I love these guys, by the way.
Firstly, this is too small. You didn't need one of these bad boys. Secondly, Milo first, then the milk.
Well, that's
Yeah.
a war crime.
We go.
No, Milo
1,
first. It mixes much better.
2, 3, 4.
Jackson?
Shut your mouth. 5, 6, 7.
Jackson!
This is the Australian way.
It is.
8,
It really is.
9.
How do you expect to drink that?
Drink it. Oh yeah, the milk. So now we do 2 tablespoons of milk.
That's it.
Well, that's a bit generous. Anyone would say that.
You're telling me the ratio is 9 parts Milo and 2 parts milk.
If you're feeling adventurous, do 1 part milk. The pros do no parts milk.
Well, that's just Milo with a bit of milk in it.
That's because it's called a Milo. It's not called a milk. You don't buy salad and expect it to only be 20% salad.
That is a weirdly good point.
They just market it wrong to stop people from reaching their true power.
So you're saying Milo was invented to be eaten like this?
Yes, Lachlan, it's a conspiracy.
Conspiracy?
Yeah.
They don't want us to know, otherwise we'll be strong enough to overthrow the government.
Jackson, I've had enough of the absolute shit that comes out of your mouth. I'm just gonna have the regular Milo.
Bloody hell, next thing you're going to tell me you only have 2 Weet-Bix. Oh my god! Get out of my life!
I've been lost in my ear.
All right. Weet-Bix? They say the suggested serving is 2 bricks. Nobody eats 2 bricks. It's way too little. Like, I have 4 to 5 when I have Weet-Bix. If you don't know what Weet-Bix are, like, look it up. But yeah, the problem is the suggested amount that you get from Milo for their ratios, like they got shown here, way too weak. It just tastes like weird milk at that point. So you end up adding more, and then you realize that the more you add, the better it tastes. And it tastes really good. And now it's not just like chocolate additive sort of thing. It's like a proper, like, it becomes its own thing. It's really weird. Like, you can, like, chew on the drink when you add too much Milo. It's fantastic. What is truly amazing is Weet-Bix and Milo. Oh, maybe? Okay, I've never tried that before. You're basically eating Milo. Yeah, I know. By the way, I love these guys. Go check out Fair... I've never actually tried to read their name before. I've just always watched their stuff. I'm subscribed to them and I don't know their name. Fairbairn? Bairn? I don't know. Anyway, you get the idea. Fantastic guys. Go check them out. They're great. Maybe after the stream. But yeah, this... Oh yeah, Milo with ice cream. Oh my god. If you haven't done that, it's great. Now you want to try Milo? In hot weather, when you don't have air conditioning, it is the best. It is so good. Anyway, I'm going to start playing some music now. Good old royalty-free music. Milo's the sole reason I chew when I drink. Yeah, it is. It's a weird thing. It is so weird because the normal Milo ratio doesn't taste right. Milo with no milk, yeah. What are some other things? I have used Milo to top as a topping on ice cream a lot. Worth a try. It's really good. Like, it's crunchy but also chocolatey. That's great. Sprinkle some Milo on. Oh. It's still kind of... You know what? Yeah, let's get back to this. I just had a bit of a tangent. I'm sorry. It's fantastic. Dang, Aussie did a good product. Well done. I sometimes eat the straight up powder and... Yeah, I do that too sometimes. The stream turned into a Milo stream. Well, now we're on to the color of the Milo tin. I'm leaving my country and going to Poland? Okay. Bringing back memories? Yeah. Milo is, yeah, sure, more of a children's drink, but you can have it as an adult quite easily, especially with ice cream. You'll import Milo? I suggest it. Try it when it's hot weather. Milo with water, if you like, it gets... I've tried Milo in water. It's not as good. There's no creaminess to it. It's just like a watery chocolate. It's not... Like, there's also a little bit of, like, sweetness missing. It's weird. The car won't be driven for another 2 hours, so sleepy time. Alright, see you later, Chromatic Settle. Anyway, moving on to this car. Yeah, I am leaving What is these black squares garbage? Nice bumper wraparound. I see that they've put a full custom sort of bumper on here to make the shape that they want. Nicely done. Cool little indicators. They're a little too sticky outy. You could have done what we saw in last week's thing. And I've yet to implement it, but it's such a great idea. It was like, oh, got stuck on forward there. You'll notice that, is this, yeah. So you see that this has got no cutout, so that's why you can't put the indicator actually in. Place one two-dimensionally, so it'll do the cutout, and then grab it again and move it forwards, so then it sits in place. It may or may not work perfectly, but it can look pretty darn good. Most places that serve soft cream here has, oh boy, Scandinavian Milo? Okay then. You'll be saying. Sorry, a bit of a sneeze. I ain't gonna be here for a bit. I'm making an automation guy. Anyway, yeah, cool. And then we have hubcaps. Nicely done. Most people underestimate the hubcaps in builds, but I like them a lot. We have a... Is that an all-terrain or like an all-weather sort of tire? Alright, fair enough. Got some steelies. Don't know how many studs, but sure, why not? Single piston. Very small disc brakes, so this must be a very light car. We have McPherson strut, which is a very light suspension. And a 3-cylinder. Alright. I would have said that this car was 90s, and 90s didn't really have any 3-cylinders. I think the only 3-cylinders I know of was maybe... What was that one Honda Hypermiler sort of thing? That's not what I wanted. There we go. Honda Hypermiler. Was it a hybrid? Honda Insight. Didn't really come to Australia. Alright, so the first one had... Yeah, an inline 3, I thought so. No, that's 1999. So just barely in the 90s. I don't think, as far as I know, that there was any inline 3-cylinder engines at this point. I suppose there were some K cars, but I don't think they were 3-cylinders. I think there were 4-cylinders. The Hatsun Mirror got through... Oh, okay, you know what? There were actually a few, you're right. But... maybe. If it is Japanese, otherwise, yeah. Why is the logo on the grill carbon? It's not that period correct? Doesn't look like carbon, and this doesn't look like carbon either. You may be looking at it from... I'm not sure. Looks like an old Skoda. It does look a little bit European. Yeah, I'll give you that. Suzuki Cappuccino. No, that had a 4-cylinder, I believe. Not all K cars were 3-cylinders. A lot of them were still 4-cylinders. Wartburgs? I have no idea what that is. Anyway. A fairly large turbo on this, so I'm guessing this is not a K car because, it looks like a bigger engine than a 660cc and a big enough turbo to take it out of the realm of K car. There was a rule that said that they couldn't be over, I think it was 65 horsepower as well. Multi-point injection, looking fairly standard sort of equipment, quite good. We got front drive and no rear drive, that's good. Keeping it nice and realistic on its budgetary restraints. Hey, we have torsion beam as well, nice. And then single piston solid disc brakes in the rear. Pretty good. Now your rear doesn't look as good as your front. You're talking about K cars. Biggest radiator for 3-cylinder? Yeah, it is a pretty big radiator, but that's just an automation thing. 63 horsepower? Okay then. This thing has 45 horsepower. Okay then. AutoZam is your dream car. Cool, okay. I mean, I like the AutoZam. I wouldn't call it a dream car, though. Hey, Phil, if you move to South Africa, not going to happen. Especially not now with, like, the race war sort of stuff that's going on. Your Turbo i3 has 300 horsepower? Oh my god, is it a BMW? Two-stroke inline 3 luxury cars. That's weird. The earlier Honda S series had 4 cylinders. The yellow plate is K-car thing? Yep, you're right. Also, I feel as if the number plate, probably you should have put it down here and not just placed it plopped on top here. Doesn't look quite right. I know that what you would like there is to have a cut indentation where the number plate is. Maybe you could have found a different sort of bumper molding that may have done that for you. Do you know what's a Peugeot Flux? No, I don't. East German car? Okay then. Toyota GR engine is 300 horsepower, 3-cylinder. That's a modern car though. I'm talking 90s. Moving on to the interior. Oh yeah, so the rear here. What I feel is missing is something to go between the rear taillights. Maybe an indentation, maybe anything. Let's have a look at, way to prove me wrong. But at least you got a feature piece here, which is a logo and a handle. Feature piece. That's a different sort of vehicle altogether. That's cool looking. But yeah, you've got some stuff in the middle. You got a little bit of geometry. That's very basic. So if you try to copy that, sure. That looks cool though, with those tires and whatnot. I'll find... Oh, it is a fuzzy picture. Yeah, just there's usually something that goes between the taillights. Here's a very basic car. You've got some stuff. Okay. Fair enough. I'll give you a pass. I just feel as if it probably wouldn't hurt to have had something in the middle. What are making? What? Old Copen, a little bit. When are you gonna finish the MG? When the weather gets better. Anyway, moving to the interior, we have an automatic, okay. And a decent interior that's got pretty much everything you would see in a car from this sort of time period, including a cassette player. Nice. And is that the handbrake symbol? I think that is. Yes, the handbrake is applied. Okay, well, let's see if that's actually a thing that's animated. That would be cool if it was. God, that'd be a lot of effort, though. Effort that I wouldn't be willing to put in. But a cool vehicle. The mesh here is in the middle. I feel as if the mesh for a lot of these actually went... on one side. I feel as if they went in the middle. Could be wrong. But I feel as if that's not quite right. I guess the copied I like the... Uts? I'm confused as to what you're trying to say. Then we got this bad-looking motherfucker. This is pretty cool. I don't know about the overhead area not touching the windshield. That seems a bit peculiar. Did they not touch... So let's go look at a Model T. Roof up. Okay, so it's got a clamping mechanism to it, but it doesn't actually go over like a brim. Interesting. Similar sort of thing. That's a solid roof. That's not a convertible roof. Yeah, alright. 1907 car. Solid roof, but it does go over a bit like a cap. Wait, is that what this is meant to be? No, not quite. Similar. But yeah, okay, so it does come over, and then it's got the belt straps like what they've got shown. I think it's inspired, if not a replica of maybe of that company. 1984. Wow, that's actually quite a new car. It's only it's only a little bit older than I am. Manufactured by a small South Korean brand by the name of Mikamo, automotives, and it's supposed to be to compete with a Honda Civic Type R rival. This? I don't think so. Moving on, we have the inverted double wishbone, leaf spring suspension, kind of cool. Solid front axle, nicely done. I believe that's a drum brake, which, sure, good. That is a dead axle, so there is no front drive. That is, I'm assuming it meant to be a part of the steam engine, as this thing apparently is a steam engine vehicle. Coming down to the rear, yes, we do have drive out the back here. Very dark suspension. Pretty hard to see, but pretty cool. Sway bars, sure. I mean, that might have existed in much older time. And, you know, it actually looks very complete here. Number plate, so it is actually a more modern sort of car, I'm guessing, because, a place that does not exist. Number plates weren't around at the beginning of cars. It just wasn't a thing. Moving to the interior now. Some nice buckety sort of seats. They got luggage. Did they put anything in said luggage? Nope. And nope. Oh, they got 2 spare tires. I only just noticed that. Nothing in the trunk there either. I just wanted to see if they left little Easter eggs for me. Cool looking stuff here. That's all looking pretty good. Retro style. Wait, retro safety. Alright. Yeah, so I doubt that this thing would realistically, with these sorts of tires, compete with a vehicle like a... What was it, a Type R or something? Yeah, Honda Civic Type R. But I think it would be pretty cool. The wheel color choice ain't it, Chief. Painted wood, actually very common. What sort of tires do we have on here, by the way? We have what looks to be... Is that a... all-terrain or an off-roady sort of tire material? I'm not sure. But yeah, pretty cool vehicle. Can't wait to try it out. The next car after this. What do you mean I got it wrong? That's you got it wrong. Why would you start talking about a car that I'm not looking at? So apparently this is meant to compete with this vehicle. Well, the next car is supposed to be a Civic rival. Oh, okay. So they're both Civic rivals. I'm messing. I don't know about this corner vent. That looks a bit weird. Detail? Sure. Okay. Why not? I do like a lot of this. You probably wouldn't have a fuel cap in the front. It probably would be in the rear. They had learnt after a while that the safest place to have fuel tanks is generally back here. Not behind the rear axle, so it won't get rear-ended, and the front is generally what will crumple the most in an accident, so they wouldn't often put them in the front after they started to figure that out in, I think it was the 70s when they figured that out. So if that's for the fuel tank... Oh, that hot rod there famously used to gas a car in States? What? Looks like generic Japanese car. A little bit. You don't have any open vents down here. Most of the time. There'll be vents up here and vents down here. Having a lip at the bottom that comes out further than the rest of the car is a really only a design trend that started in the late 2000s. And it was mostly on like really upper end sort of vehicles, including supercars. So let's go like 1997 Corolla. So as you can see, the bumper comes down and fades away for the most part. Now let's go Civic. Now's a good time to show an ad? No thanks, we're good. As you can see here, it still fades away quite a lot, and the lip doesn't come out further than the main bumper. Is that... I think that's an aftermarket bumper, maybe? But we are going to look at the Type R now. and it doesn't really protrude beyond the bumper itself. Now, the reason why that is because you got the 5 mile an hour crash impact thing that you have to take into consideration. But it is very flush, which is actually quite rare for this sort of time. What you've got here, though, is actually protrudes outwards, which doesn't look right. Now, you'll also see that it has the upper grille and then it has a lower grille. You have nothing on the bumper whatsoever. Japanese and Korean cars look similar enough. I kind of agree with that. Civic EF sedan, I think? 1984. Oh, that's kind of cool. But yes, the bumper does fade away. It does come back, but it does fade away a lot first. As you can see a little bit clearer here. Not greatest image, but you get the idea. Doesn't look right. Also, no ventilation on like the main part of the bumper. Corner vent looks a little bit weird. I feel as if having a corner is a design choice. So taking away from said corner with a vent looks a little bit weird. And then side exhaust, yeah, then weird. That's also the wrong side to have the side exhaust on. Generally, the rule is the curb side of the car, which on a left-hand drive car would be the right side. You can't have the exhaust exit on the side anywhere. Main reason for that being is pedestrian safety. So in Australia, you can't have side exhausts being on the left side, aftermarket, or from factory. If it does exit from the side, generally, it has to be behind the cabin from factory. Otherwise, I don't know if you're allowed to do it aftermarket even. But yeah, that not really a realistic thing, which makes me think that this is a race modified, which means, yay, I don't have to give it a full fill score. Moving to the inside, you can see here that you've not done your door cards properly. It's a big yikes there. Moving inwards, we have a medium compound tire. Nice. Alloy wheels, alright. Then single piston vented disc brakes, McPherson strut, all pretty standard stuff. Then we have 4-cylinder overhead cam, 3 valves of cylinder, fair enough, alright. Single point injection. Looking pretty good. Check Reddit description for this car. Alright. So what about the Viper? What? See you later, CX-76. We have front drive, no rear drive. Single exhaust coming out the back. We also had a short cast. So quite good looking engine. Oh, we have a torsion beam here. Nice rear suspension. And what looks to be a drum brake. Oh, okay. So maybe like not a top-end sort of sports car, but fairly standard and generic. Really good. That's what a lot of car companies did and still do to this day for their cheaper cars. Rear end. Really wrong. I don't like much of this at all. There's no like trim line in the bumper at all. So let's have a look at the rear end here. See, it's got like a little bit of extra bumper sort of detail. Let's go 1984 car rear. BMW got a little bit of bumper line here. Then you've got a trim, sorry, like an indentation, feature line. Same with Porsche bumper line, then feature line. Who else we got in here? A crappy old Toyota Corona. Got lots and lots of feature lines along here. Corvette, trim line. It's very basic, but that is also very proportioned. Whatever this is, Camaro, once again, trim line and then another trim line, which might just be a decal line. What is that? Some sort of Renault ugly thing? Bumper trim line. Fiero. You got a color change line for a trim line. And then there's just extra details around the place. This, way too basic. Welcome back, Warbit. then your taillights don't match the bodywork at all. Not even slightly. I'm also then going to call out something else. I see that you've tried to match this with the bumper line. Great, but the taillights wouldn't move with the bumper because you're not allowed to have lights on moving bodywork. But your bumper then comes this way and back this way, which means it wouldn't be able to go around it. What you would have to do, at the very least, is have these lights up the other way around. What you should have done is probably just pick lights that matched better as well. These don't match at all. I do like the fact that you got some trim line in the middle here, and it does kind of match up with your red lights. I like that, looks pretty good. And then a little bit of a trim line sort of thing down there. Your number plate probably comes out too far, but I still like it. Your toe ball also is way too close to the body and will get damaged. Like your bumper will get damaged so quickly from like mounting and all that sort of stuff. Usually there's a much bigger gap. Is it a bad back end? No. But it's also not particularly great. There's a lot you could have done here, which I think would have improved it a lot. German front on the back. Alright. What are you towing with this anyhow? Small trailers, furniture, I don't know. Looking on the inside, no rear seats. The front seats are way too far back. Look at that. That means when you get in, you have to like shift forwards and then sit back in your seat. That's not how seats go, generally. Usually there is a lot of overlap for the dash to be coming into the area where the door is. I feel that that might be a little too much as to why you've had to have your seats so far back. Yeah, this is not... doesn't look particularly right. You've also got like... a weird floor plan. I'll give it a pass. At least it looks filled in. Your shifter is also incredibly too far away. Usually on a car, your arms should be mostly extended, but not completely. Then the shifter to be even further away, you're going to be like maximum reach for this. I feel as if that is too far away. Still done pretty good job. The no rear seats thing probably isn't going to mean that this car just wouldn't sell much at all. Your hood vent looks a little bit weird. Why is there a square in it? Oh, okay. Sure. I like the front a lot more than I do the rear. But then again, the front should have at least some sort of ventilation there. No rear interior either. Yeah, it's just open. That's fine. I don't really poo-poo people on their interiors. I will, however, poo-poo having your door card stick out. What you should have done is maybe angled that up so it matches the door line. Maybe angled it in a little bit so then the front doesn't poke out so much. Maybe move that further back. Yeah. The rest of it I won't poo-poo too much. What have you done to the door handles, by the way? Why are they so three-dimensional? What is that? That is a bad door handle. I don't know if I've ever used this door handle before. That doesn't look good. Maybe if this was chrome and like a really old sort of car, that might fit to make it look as if like the door handle is popped on top of the bodywork maybe. But I feel that this would have been the era of making things flush, and that doesn't look right. Front's got a unique look. Could become something good with a bit of extra tweaking. Yeah, I agree. Welcome, Mr. Very Smart. Front seats going a tad behind the doors was a bit of a thing on some cars in the era, wasn't it? A little bit maybe, but not that much. Let's go... Honda Civic. As you can see here, this is much further forward, so then you can fit people on the back. So... on the Honda Civic, which is the one that they were trying to copy, no. Mid-engine widebody V6. This looks really cool. Looks like a knockoff of, the Turbo 5. It also looks a lot like the new car from BeamNG. It is a custom car. Okay, so this was never a standard sort of thing. But yeah, that looks a lot like what the beamng is guys based on. I'd love to see rotaries and automation. Yeah, but that's probably not going to happen for a very long time. Mugen CRX looks lit the white gold. Anyway. Then we got this big, beefy 1950s car. I feel it doesn't look wide enough, but then when you see these sorts of cars in real life, they are a lot narrower than what you think. Welcome, Cascade Freak! Greetings, Phil. Just looking through the video to see what earlier cars are in. Okay. I'd love to see K-cars going... Okay. Somebody's car didn't make it in because they submitted .car files and not exported .zip files for beamng. Welcome 3D Models India back to the stream. Welcome Blue JDM. Look that carbon vibes. Cuban vibes, sorry. Sure. I'm not American or South American, so Cuba doesn't really have any influence here in Australia. Same with any South American thing. Doesn't exist yet. Like, there's no taco places as fast food. There's a few burrito places, but they are very rare and very expensive. Like, there's one place that makes really good burritos called Sombreros here, and they're like, I think, what was it like? $14 a burrito, and they're not even very big. They're fantastic, though. Doc Hudson cars, Hudson's red cousin. Yeah. I think the car will do well on the track city race. I am. Moving on. We have wire wheels on such a heavy car? Maybe. Alright. We have then drum brakes and leaf spring suspension. At least they've got it fairly well matched. I thought this coppery sort of color meant that they chose aluminium, which wouldn't be right. So we'll see what the vehicle weighs when we get it over. Then we have a 4-cylinder. Are those the eco carbs? I think they might be. Interesting. Then a cast log exhaust, nice, and push rod head. That is very good. I would love a flat head, but a push rod head there, perfect. Exactly what you'd expect. Sombrero hat with goofy fashion. Are you trying to be racist? Anyway. Moving on, we have a basic sort of exhaust. We have a dead axle on the front, is it? Yeah, that's a dead axle, so no front drive. Coming down to the rear, solid axle leaf with drum brakes again. Perfect. Exactly what you'd expect in a car like this. So probably not going to brake particularly well. I like the taillights for the most part, but I feel some extra chrome trimming around there would do well. Some chrome trim around like a lot of areas around here. One of the chrome trim lines that I think this might be missing as well maybe is you'll find a lot of these wheel arches will have like a seam line that has a chrome trim on it. So let's go 1952 car rear. Go a little bit older. So this has got a little bit of a trim here to like maybe harken back to that. Let's go like 1942. Oh, that's gonna be a bad year, isn't it? Here you go. So you can see that there's at least a body line here, so then you can remove the fenders for whatever reason. This looks like it has some sort of chrome stripping on it. That has a line that goes a little bit more on the inside of it. But you get the idea. These lines, there's one here as well. Something you could have done. This is also the era of chrome, and I feel as if you've done some chrome, but not enough. Like chrome everywhere. Like look at this, you got the chrome line that runs down the body. You've got this line here, which probably would have been chrome originally, but it looks like it's a rubber gasket now. Then you've got these extra chrome lines that go along here. This probably would have had chrome down here as well. I feel as if that's actually missing off of that car. I can see it on a car like this. And then massively over-detailed chrome intricate Art Deco sort of rear thing, rear bumper, then a weird chrome exhaust tip, chrome around your tail lights, extra chrome down here, chrome handle, chrome badge, chrome surround for a tacked on number plate, chrome everywhere. Here you've got a fairly basic, little bit of Dagmar-esque sort of thing on the rear here. A little bit of chrome badging and handle trim here, a little bit of trim here. You're missing so many opportunities for more chrome. Don't think you got the reference? What reference? The copper looks like it's just because it's simple chassis. Alright then. How things from what? Icakelp 4-cylinder implies European, but the styling is more American. This is a very American style. If it's European, then yes, a lot less chrome and more body shape to fill out the design where you can't have too much stuff. The one thing that America's fashion was designed for, like reflects a lot in the 50s sort of time period, was the excess steel production from military that was no longer doing military stuff. And the copious amounts of money that people had meant that everything on like the interiors of houses had lots of stainless steel and a lot of chrome on cars. It was just the thing that was done. It was a sign of like opulence, and they liked it. In Europe, they liked the design, but maybe not the ability to have so much chrome. May have also been a little bit on the nose to have like a completely flashy car. So you ended up things like the 2CV, where instead of so much chrome, there's more defined lines and whatnot. There's all of these sorts of things. There's little bits of chrome on here, but you get the idea. A lot less chrome, a lot more body line detail, like these hood lines. Just more detail to fill it out instead. I don't know if the Volkswagen Beetle is a good example. Let's go 1955. Was there a 1955 right now? Yeah. So, that's not a good picture. A little bit of... This is an aftermarket car. Been modified heavily. A little bit of chrome on the front. Actually, a decent amount of chrome on the front. A little bit of chrome trimming there. A little bits around the edges where you get rust and whatnot. But the rest of this, like the guttering is used for body lines. Just a lot more use of non-chrome stuff. The window trim area bits are all painted metal instead as well. Yeah. So there's the differences in the design. I shouldn't have said no chrome, I should have said less chrome. Izetta got chrome trim? Sure. There are so many 2CVs still on the road, it's crazy. Really? Welcome that dude, Darren. And Jonas Zahid. How's it going? Bring chrome back. Chrome is actually back. Not as much as it used to be, but it's actually back quite a lot. And if you want to see a good example of that, look at like a 2022 or 2023 Mazda. Oh, not Mazda. So I think Mazda is kind of like the ones that are really using it as like a centerpiece. Got a big chrome area around there and around the lights. A little bits of chrome here, a little bits of chrome here. Chrome around your window. And then sometimes there's chrome on the rear. But yeah, lots more chrome on the front. They also do like a black chrome. It's not really showing up very, very much, but yeah, lots more chrome creeping back into design. Being welcome to... Oh, did I? Oh, sorry. Hey, Phil, I have a good question. Welcome, Gauge Dragster, by the way. One of my manual cars in automation takes like 2 seconds to shift. I think we talked about that last week or like in a comment or something. I think I already covered that. I'd rather chrome than plastic. I think it depends. If they do a good job with it, I don't mind. I like plastic look. I don't like plastic strength, but I like plastic look. Talk about Mercedes also? Yeah, but Mercedes also make ugly cars, to be honest. They very rarely make good-looking cars. And when they do, they actually look pretty good. Anything else just doesn't look great. 2018 C-Class with exclusive trim had very much chrome. Yeah. I was just thinking of Mazda because that's the one that always comes to mind first. Aside from that, you've done a pretty good job of design. I do like a lot of this. I feel as if maybe there's not enough chrome around this part. I feel there'd be a lot more chrome there. It's kind of like a splash guard for cleaning off mud that you would get splashed from the front tires. Also, if we go back, what is Mud flaps. Ooh, what's that line there? That's weird. Do we see many mud flaps in any of these examples we looked at? Okay, there's mud flaps here on the front tire, but not on the rear tire. Is that to keep your own car clean, but stuff anybody behind you? No mud flaps there. Doesn't look like there's mud flaps there. Don't see mud flaps. Don't see mud flaps. Alright, fair enough. We'll give you the no mud flaps then. I didn't know, so I thought I'd have a look. Interior though, shoulder height of the seats look fine. They're maybe a little bit far forward. Yeah, they're a bit far forward. They're also a little bit wide. As you can see, they're clipping into the door area. Not particularly great. Can you not move these seats further back? I feel as if you could have made the rear seats a little bit narrower, put a little bit of a bolster thing there, which was quite common, and then had your seats much further back for more room. And then you wouldn't have to, like, have wasted door space. Does look fairly good aside from that, though. Everything's looking really nice, except I'm maybe not a huge fan of this colliding there, but I mean, I see that you've tried to go for like a integrated sort of design, so I'll give you a pass on that one. No windshield visors or anything like that on the interior, no lined roof, all that sort of stuff, so it's all fine and good. I like it, for the most part. It's pretty good. I thought they'd made a line go across here to there, but no, that's just a shading thing. I saw an automation YouTuber use the same body. He goes, Vens? Okay, I like Vens. We're planning to do something soonish. Is it some automation thing that the frame looks like it's made from copper or something? It's an automation export thing. Alright, Phil, options on Google trying to kill ad blockers on Chrome and Chromium-based browsers. What? I think YouTube gets around ad blockers. I find with like most places with ads, I only have ad blockers for particularly toxic ads where they just keep on flooding your screen with more and more ads, and then the sort of website where you got to click on something and it goes, oh no, there's an invisible ad click everywhere on your screen right now, so it comes up with a new page. You're like, oh fine, I'll close you off, and then I'll click it again. Nope, there's another one. You're like, oh my god, what is up with this website? Close it off, click it again, and then, oh my god, it's open another one. And then finally you can use the website for like 10 seconds. Then it resets and does it again. It's like, what the hell? So that's why I have AdBlocker. I turn it off for a lot of other things though. I have it on YouTube, but I'm not actually watching ads on YouTube. I have, as you can see here, YouTube Premium. So, doesn't really matter. And I got YouTube Premium to support YouTubers. Do I like the white interior? White is actually a very common interior color. YouTubers are crazy right now. Yeah, I don't have ads. YouTube Premium. Venses and good automation? Sure. I mean, I think they've come a pretty long way. Also, go check out Gasket Case if you guys haven't. They just recently released a video. Good stuff. Then we've got this Mazda Miata looking mofo. Why is it jittering? Let's pause the simulation. I like most of this, except not this. This doesn't look good. It just doesn't match, I feel. Anything. It doesn't really match at all. Also, the inside of the light there should probably be chrome. Welcome, Zualmao. How's it going? Welcome to the streams. GTA Miata? A little bit. Yeah, so aside from that, I don't particularly like it. I feel as if this middle area could have been a little bit bigger to block more of the grill, because cars have become so good at cooling, you would want to not have such a complicated grill to have a little bit better aerodynamics. Only a little bit. It's not going to have huge amounts of effect on like a broad front like this. Side looks like an S2000. The front looks like an S2000 from the side, I will agree. The rest of it, not so much. It looks a little bit more with the clown shoe sort of BMW thing, I would say, at the back there a little bit. Hey, new viewer, what do you think of the new Ford Bronco? Could care less, also not coming to Australia, so I don't care. And if it is, don't care. Not an Australian sort of vehicle. The inside of the headlight isn't chrome, but the inside of the vent is? Lol, yeah, I noticed that. Welcome, sneaky Mr. Wiggles, to the stream. Looks very like, yeah, it's a Miata body, so I mean, it makes sense. Wish Miata? Yeah, Wish Miata. I very much agree with that. Aside from that, most of this looks fairly good. Your mirrors also don't really match the design of the car, I feel. Looks a little bit bland on the side, maybe missing a little bit of something. It wouldn't have to be big. Maybe like a badge here would maybe make the rest of it just look a little bit better. Your door handle doesn't look like it's... Like, it looks like it's completely horizontal, but the design of the side lines, the lines on the side here, doesn't look right. You mean MX-5? Yeah, MX-5. That's what I meant. Moving in, we have 5-stud wheels on... Is that... That's semi-slick compound, right? Not for road use. Then we have 4-piston vented disc brakes. I feel this is a race car, so I don't have to give it a full fill score. Yes. Then we have double wishbone, and the engine is a big 6-cylinder individual throttle body. Please don't have 5-valve cylinder. 4 valves per cylinder, and then... God damn it.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
This car's not getting a full fill score no matter what you say from me. That's just a big no. This has to be aftermarket modified. This is also an aluminium chassis. So they wanted to have this thing be like super light. Coming down to the rear, we have double wishbone rear suspension with 2-piston vented disc brakes. Hopefully this thing doesn't have too much of a front brake bias. Also, I don't think I've ever seen such a disconnect between brakes and wheels before. This looks really weird. An MX-6? Haha. What is like an MX-5 and MX 5-cylinder? I put a boxer in, not a 6-cylinder. For what? This car? If you did, I would not even, like, I just don't want to review this car. Back end, way too bland. Like, there's completely open areas here where there is no body lines whatsoever. Doesn't look right. Let's have a look at, for instance, a Mazda MX-5 rear. MX-5 rear. So, separated taillights and not really much in the middle. We have a little bit of a boat line, then we have massive body line, have a little bit of a vent here, and then a cutout here, and a badge. All stuff to break up the large, broad area that is the back end of a car. It's way too basic here. Also, that's a real diffuser. MX-5s and pretty much all of the cars don't usually have that. What is the stream? What? Stream had a little stroke from it? Oh, did it? Oh, we dropped 172 frames. That's the first time we've actually seen any frames drop. That is concerning. It might be to do with the fact that we have 9 cars on screen at the moment. Rear windshield wiper. It's a little bit small. It's only going to reach like about yay height, which is like half the rear window. Doesn't feel right. Rest of it's pretty good. Got a sun visor. Interior, lots of Z fighting in here. Oh my god, lots of Z fighting. Basic, but at least you got everything you need in here. Sure. Pretty good. Even got sun visors. Me likeys. So, these are the cars that we have this week. And I think we're first going to take out this to Circuit de la Sarthe. Is that right? I think it's de la Sarthe. I just know Sarthe is in the name. Do we have the name of it properly? Yeah, Circuit de la Sarthe. So, let's go take that over. Looks like Porsche 928 from the back. A little bit. And I don't actually like the look of the 928. But they've at least filled out a lot of this. I don't like the 928. I think the 928 is one of the ugliest Porsches ever made. And the Porsche makes the 911. Oh, we dropped more frames. Oh dear. Hopefully it'll be a little bit better now. Phil, can you look at my Reddit post for info on the 787? Okay, we'll have a look at the 787. Here we go. Love the picture, by the way. That's fantastic. I didn't know that you could get flames in automation. So I'm going to have to look into doing that myself as well. That looks fantastic. Oh, that is a good photo. Can we just click on that? Yeah, we can. That's a cool photo. Maybe we'll zoom out. I like that. I approve. Anyway, 1991. I'm dyslexic. I've tried to make the 787B as closely as I could. Let's skip a little bit. This is the second project I've tried to do in Blender editing. The work isn't amazing, but I think it's alright for only having 20 hours in Blender. Great. I know this isn't perfect. Things I'd like to continue to work on this car. If you have any suggestions, that includes you. Yeah, feel free to comment to help. I like to do a custom DigiDash working shifter. Cool. Alright. Alright, J-beam editing, working steering wheel, working pedals, which I've never even bothered with. You know what, actually, that's not entirely true. I have made one car now that has technically a working pedal. That'll be out with the Moye and Carmighty video. I changed the suspension geometry as close as I can to the real car. Nice. Rear brake ducts move with suspension. Nice. Stolen sounds, engine editing, interior camera, working mirrors, description and performance specs, thumbnail picture, cleaning up in Blender. Good. A lot of cool work here. The only thing missing was the livery? Yeah. I would have loved to have seen this thing with a full livery as well. So what does it sound like? I have to restart the game. Give me a second. I forgot about this. So what happened is I launched beamng before I had the audio switched over to my headset, because I usually use speakers nowadays, after I had that whole ear issue like a month ago. But beamng doesn't allow you to hot swap audio devices. Why? Because it's using a frickin' 20-something-year-old game engine. So shit. They are so shit. Sometimes. Like, oh god. Even though I just had this loaded up, god, the loading times. Something they have to work on. Custom thumbnails, well, nice. Alright, how loud is this? Yeah, I think I've got the audio turned down. And let's go make the music a little bit quieter as well. This music is a little too calm. Electric rotary lol? I do appreciate that you've made it quiet so then it's not like ear-rapingly loud, but that's still pretty quiet. You've fallen into the same sort of issue that I see a lot of people get with Twin Turbos' tutorial, where the audio sounds a little bit pluralized, which ends up making it feel as if it's recorded inside of like a small soundstage. There are ways of fixing that. Maybe I'll go into how to do audio sounds a little bit more as well recently. You can get a little bit of an idea by looking at my i7 video where I put it into that truck. I go into a little bit of audio stuff there, but yeah. This some cow bearding music. What? Cow herding music, yeah. So, let's see how this drives now. Yeah. Thing is sketchy getting off the line, but that's, I suppose, to be expected. Feels nice and planted. How much downforce we got? Ooh, could do with a little bit more rear downforce. Ah! Or maybe a little less front downforce. Do we have adjustable aero? No, we don't. That's unfortunate. Stole the sounds from 787B mod I found, and they stole the sound from Assetto. Fair enough. Damn it. Yeah, you've got that, like, two-vehicle sounding thing. Which is unfortunate. Look! Oh, come on. Let's do a little bit of tuning here. Front toe adjust has been... Oh, hey, look at that. So, I can see that you've struggled with oversteer as well. Usually, towing in the front is not what you do. Towing in the rear makes sense. Keep in mind that these, in this orientation, I haven't tried it on new automation exports with their new system, but changing your suspension geometry changed more than what they would say. So, when changing this sort of stuff, if you want to be really careful, you're going to want debug. Advanced wheel debug. It's just the first one right there. So, with what you've got here, you have 6.4 degrees of caster. Arguably, too much. But that's how it normally comes from automation. If you figure out what caster is, it's actually rather easy to change. I'm not actually going to bother to show it now. It's a little too complicated. You'd better to figure it out yourself. Then camber, you got 1.4-ish degrees of camber, and then 0.7 to 0.8, about 0.8 degrees camber on the rear. Your front toe. You've got a little bit of toe out in the front. See, things are starting to get messed up a little bit, because you have a lot of toe in. And then a lot of toe in on the rear. If you want to change these sorts of things, it's better to probably do it manually if you want to have, like, a fully fleshed out product. I generally don't, so I just play with the settings. And I can't remember what SAI is, but whatever that is. Anyway, hopefully that has helped. Maybe it's a twin-engine 787? Maybe. A early 90s race car would totally spin that easily, yes? No. Isn't caster the angle... Caster is, so, zero caster, you would have like a pivot point that would be directly up and down. The sort of caster we have is angled that way. So when you turn the suspension, the car lifts up at the front. I think I turn the caster down when I'm doing those sorts of modifications to like 3 or 4 degrees caster. The caster is way too much. And it does mess with geometry a bit. So it's like the angle of pivot. Okay. Let's see if I can get used to driving this with the controller. It is pretty brutal. We've got a lot of toe in on the rear, so I don't feel that that's the issue. I feel as if maybe I could probably change the tire inflationary values and help a lot more. Okay, good. We've gotten a lot better at it now. Damn it. It still has issues. Control W. Let's try changing tire pressures. So front tires, let's go to like 27. And the rear tires will keep about 25. 27 PSI is what you'd normally run a car like this probably at. You have to be really smooth with it. Phil, can you make a Latvian car from the 40s? I know nothing about Latvia, so probably couldn't. Oof. Wait, what version of Aero is this running? So it's not that. So it is the experimental Aero. Alright, let's check the front as well. Okay, just wanted to make sure. I feel as if you could also made like the default idle much higher. Welcome back, Thumper. Alright, let's try to be super smooth. No, this is too oversteery. I know that some people think that these cars are incredibly oversteery. A lot of misconceptions has come out about how oversteery race cars are. What they're talking about is slip angle compared to normal vehicles. Not hugely oversteering. Now, I know that going with the controller is kind of like trying to use a hammer and chisel for surgery. But still. That's too much. Currently installing Unreal Engine. Oh, somebody's going to be trying to make automation mods by the sounds of it then. And, oh, god damn it. This is so incredibly frustrating to try to drive. Oh my god. That is too much front aero, or maybe too little rear aero. It's hard to tell. Damn it! Oh my god, this is so poopy bumholes. Damn it! Now this is realistic, being tricky to get off the line. That's fairly realistic. I feel that there's something odd about the geometry of the suspension. You know, you did say that you changed the geometry of the suspension. So, yeah, automation's geometry doesn't like to change a whole lot, to be honest. So that might be what it is. I had a lot of problems, and I learned a lot about that when I was doing the MP4-4, changing the geometry there. When changing geometry, you have to take a lot more into consideration. Hey, Phil, what 3D modeling software are you using for automation? Blender. Why do I hate Angry Doritos? Yeah, it's because it's Angry Doritos. Welcome, Nexus, to the stream. Currently making a car based on Lamborghini, whatever that one is. It's one of the ones I don't know. Let's have a look at your geometry. That is a very short sort of thing. Now, this is your caster. Notice the pivot point here is quite a ways back from the center point. And then down at the bottom, the pivot is a lot more centralized. You can see this actually dotted line here. That is your caster line. Probably give this thing a lot less caster. That might help a little bit. Just a smidge. A few little things here and there will help this car out a lot. Maybe play with your, like, Ackerman positioning and ratios and stuff like that as well. Your rear suspension as well. Hold on. There we go. You've switched it to be... Oh, yo. Is that correct? Because it's skewed. So what we've got here is usually either even or a longer bottom sway bar that you'll find in automation. A lot of car manufacturers do that as well. What you've got here is uneven geometry on the wheel. So what's going to happen is when the rear wheel goes up, you're going to gain, like... The tire's going to move in a weird way. I can't even visualize how this is actually going to work. The nodes are a little weird too. If you could look at the nodes, I flipped the steering and stuff to make it work. Ah, yeah, that'll happen sometimes. Yeah. You've done some weird stuff, and the geometry just feels a little off. You reckon the collision mesh is a bit weird? I know, collision mesh looks fine. Welcome, Aselga. How's it going? Can't speak about cars on beamng, but I think race cars have a ton of caster. Depending. The issue with the cars seems too little downforce on the rear. Or maybe too much on the front, who knows. Currently, we're going 300 kilometers an hour. We're not actually generating a lot of downforce. 600 per wheel? That's... We'll round that to 700, sorry, per wheel. 2 sevens are 14. On a 800 kilo vehicle. let's just do some math. Let's add this all together. 500 plus 700 times 2. Take... That's the wrong button. Take 886 approximately. That means totally you're creating only 600 kilos of downforce. It's a bit low, isn't it? Like, I know that this is like a high-speed track, so I feel like they'd be creating more than 600 kilos of downforce. It was about a ton when I tested it. We're only at 300 kilometers an hour, which is just shy of 200 miles per hour. Should be a lot more downforce? I don't really know, actually, because the balance is you wanted to be able to reach a good top speed. But then, this is the era with the chicanes and everything, so having good downforce would help a lot, especially with being able to brake super quick. And I'm probably never going to find the answer that I want, but trying to find downforce numbers for cars is really hard. Downforce kg. Have we got anything like that? Weighs 830 kilos. Gurney flap is located at the radiator next to the front end. Downforce. There's only one thing that says downforce, but no actual value here. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I feel as if it's just not generating enough. A car like this, I probably would put about 700 kilos on the rear alone. Probably. For like a more high-speed sort of thing. If not, maybe up to, maybe 1,200 kilos if you still want to keep a top speed. Could be the speed at which downforce kicks in the most. Alright, so 500 and 700. Let's see what it's like at our highest speed. Should be topping out about its top speed now, because these were more error limited. Okay, we got 100 more kilos on the front, and 100 more on the rear. So that's only 400 more kilos. That's only a ton in total? What would a nice tire width for a 21... I don't know, Google it, bro. Yeah, the problem is your low-end downforce is also like... Whoops, frick. I want to try the Morsan straight and try going in to see what your braking distance is. If I'm braking too far before the 100-meter board, then your braking is... your downforce is not enough. Actually, you know what? Let's also have a look. 787B, top speed. It's a little bit wishy-washy, but 210. So 338 kilometers an hour. It's probably not its realistic race trim number. It'll probably go a little bit slower than that. And you even have to smooth it on there. I do like the fact that you played with suspension geometry, though. That is something that very few people actually bother with, and I think it's a rather cool thing to play with. I have enjoyed messing around with it myself as well. A lot with this other car as well, the MP4-4/4. 200 and... Yeah, I feel as if the brakes just then weren't pulling me up quick enough. So a lot of modern race cars, like your LMP1s, your top-end LMP1s at the end there, and your LMH cars, are only reaching around 200 to maybe 210 miles per hour. Sometimes a little bit more, but yeah, top speed was not a huge thing. It was, yeah, sure, top speed, but you still needed to handle quite nicely. So let's try it about 150 meters. Much better. And then we go into oversteer. That is unfortunate. You see the brake ducts? Yeah, I noticed the brake ducts. I think they're pretty cool. They generally weren't always... I don't know about the 787B. Mounted to the suspension, though, because that would increase your sprung weight. Unsprung weight, sorry. what they would do is they would have like ducting, and then the vents themselves would be like solidly mounted. I don't know about the 787B, maybe it was like that. Nah. God damn it. But yeah, I did a similar thing on an updated version that I don't think I've released publicly yet of the Ferrari 312 with the front and rear suspension. Latvia is part of the USSR in the 40s? Okay. I don't know anything about it. So on this straight, we're not reaching our top speed. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Maybe try reducing your front aero just a little bit. Now, I know with the steering wheel it'll be a lot easier to control, sure. But you're also giving it to me, which feels as if maybe it should be a little bit more controllable. Not enough low-end speed rear grip? That's Automation's tires for you. There is a bunch of information out there you can find on what slick tires might be like in beamng. The problem is beamng is actually not very good for top-end, high-downforce race cars. Because beamng is not that well-refined. It's like perfect for muscle cars. Damn, wish I could drive good enough to make and test race cars. This one's particularly tricky, so I'm struggling quite a lot. I feel as if your suspension geometry is maybe also playing a little bit of a factor here. That... I mean, I am not controlling the gears manually, so maybe it did a little bit of a pressure lock just then. Damn it! Damn it! I want to test something out. Are you running like 3 different audio samples? And not more than that? Mazda 787B. How many audio samples are there? Okay, there's 8 samples. No. What? Oh, okay. Here's an issue. You've gone audio sample 2, 3, then back to 2, then 4. So what is... I was thinking there was something wrong with your audio samples that you've done. Yes, so potentially drop 2300 RPM out of here. And 23, yeah, here again. So you're getting like mix-ups of audios. Thought I'd mention. I noticed something a little bit peculiar. Seems like a lot of toe out from the geometry changes. No, it's what, only like 0.2 degrees on toe out on the front, and then the rear it's got like a crazy amount of toe in. Yeah, so we've got about 0.2 of a degree toe out in the front, and then 1.2 degrees toe in on the rear, which is actually a lot of toe in, but not an unrealistic amount of toe in on the rear. 1.2 is entirely acceptable. On a straight line sort of car, you generally want a little bit straighter rear tires, so then you can hopefully put the power down and accelerate a little bit better and cleanly in a straight line, but not entirely necessary. This is going to suck. I'm not going to be able to do this because it's braking and cornering. Brake a little bit early though. You know what? I feel this is a little bit more stable under braking even. Damn it! When it does that, like, oh, I burst the tire. When it does that, gear shift, it really hates it. So heel and toe, if you're controlling this, very important, with a sim rig. Damn it! You know what? I'm gonna leave the debug up. And see if we can't, see if anything happens under suspension compression. No, it's still looking pretty uniform. More toe-in. We got steering on, so that's different. Yeah. Yeah. I would say you play with your geometry a little bit. What you don't want for a race car is more or less camber happening the more a vehicle squats. So you've got that fairly good. But you may want to actually change that for the rear to actually get more camber as the rear starts to squat because you don't have the aero for it, or just change the aero itself. I like it though, it's a good car. Just not very controller-centric. Yeah, I shouldn't... You're having quite so much issue there. It feels rather good around here. See, if you get the geometry just right, you'll end up in a lucky area where you have like the turn-in that you want, but not the oversteer. That's too much turn-in. Which means if you still want the top speed, just reduce the front aero. And I think this would be a lot better. Maybe the geometry is still a little bit peculiar. Worse than a Porsche or nah in terms of oversteer. I've never driven a Porsche IRL, so I don't know. Specifically materials? What is that no texture thing on the track? Oh, that is just a way that the map was made not quite 100% right. What it is they've applied the wrong properties to the material, which means that it's transparent. I could go in and fix it, but I also don't. Most people don't notice it, so I don't really care. One thing I made the limit on the springs really stiff, so when it tops out, it doesn't clip through the wheels. Okay, fair enough. You changed the bump stop. So maybe that's why top speed is a little unstable? No, your top speed is fine. Which bump stop's actually being used by the suspension designers is actually realistic. Your problem is right there. Your, any sort of like higher speed steering. Damn it. Maybe more mechanical front grip and less aero front grip. Or more rear aero grip. Or just more aero all round, including the rear more than the front. I like it though, it's a fun car. I feel taking it back to the drawing board would be good, and then resubmit it. I would love to see you submit this car again. Yeah, that's... I feel the car is unpolished, so I'm not going to give you a full score. I'm just going to give you a simplified one. 7. It feels really good in every way except for driving. Next car is... the Nissan Silvia looking mofo. So, let's take it to Hirochi, which is a lovely American track. Is actually American, and that annoys me. Where are we? It's in here somewhere. Is it this? Here we go. $45,000. That's a lot of money. Thanks, Phil. Yeah, I would love to see you resubmit it when it's finished. What engine does it actually have? It look like a 3 or 4 cylinder or something like that, and then they like heavily modified it. So let's I'll give you one last look at the engine, because it is pretty cool the amount of effort that they put into the 3D modeling here. So we've got lots of cool things and doodads, all that sort of stuff. And then here you can see it is a 4-cylinder, but they've made it look like a 4-rotor instead. That is actually Automation's engine. As you can see, still got the cylinders in here, which I don't know why Automation has internals for engines on the export, but sure, why not? Pretty cool stuff. I love it. That's why I gave it such a high score, even though, like, the driving experience was a bit subpar for me, at least. How much work in this? I think they said, what, it was 110 hours or something like that? I can't remember exactly. Okay, how much work is doing this, and how feasible is it to have a hot lap competition with realistic rules? That's something that'll be coming in the future for Build and Race. Is there a slugger? I hid the engine in automation and then made a custom block. It's still an automation block. Someone made that car, looks to be Benetton or Lola MasterCard F1. What? It's an engine mod in automation. Okay. Look at the Reddits for this car. Alright, let's go have a look at the Reddits. My first fully detailed JDM car. Good. Except it's got an American plate, so it's not... Maybe it's like imported after the 25 roll. Year 1999, so no. I know in-game it shows 2020, but it's 1999. 2.3 liter inline 4. Okay, so it's not a normal Japanese engine. In fact, probably not a Japanese engine at all. And they wouldn't have imported engines either. So, the Japanese like to copy what a lot of other places were doing. And a lot of other places were based upon touring car rules and rally rules and all those sorts of things. And all of them were 2-liter 4-cylinder engines. So having a 2.3 liter is not normal. I think the only one in this sort of time periods that were doing it were Volvo and a few trucks and utes and whatnot. And I think Subaru did it as like an alternative to a turbo engine. But they normally had a 2-liter 4-cylinder flat engine. 6-speed manual, medium, J-beam, custom sound, custom traction control, drive modes, nice, and engine tweaks. Alright. We can get rid of this now. Oh, it feels slow. Oh, it feels naturally aspirated slow, but it's turboed? Okay. I had to recover from thing just then. What is our power here? Looks like the top power is... about 200, almost 240 horsepower, which is about right. They weren't their maximum power at this point in time. Japan, no, let's have a look. Nissan R34 GTR horsepower. 276 was the limit, yeah. So the 4 cylinders did generate less power. This in K24? I don't know what that is. Okay. What was this in most of the time? In the Nissan Hardbody, which is a Ute. Frontier, which is apparently non-existent. Passenger cars, both the crankshaft. Yeah. Still, very uncommon to be in cars. Do we have a list of applications? Here we go. The exterior, SUV, 240... Okay, so that's not a JDM car. The 240SX is American. It was a 180SX in Japan. Kind of an SUV. Not a normal road car. Not a normal road car. Bluebird. Here's about the only one. Okay. Not a normal car. Not a normal car. That's Nissan Altima. Okay. And more Nissan Altima. Okay. So Yeah. Not in a sports car, because sports cars were trying to be a thing. By the way, torque curve shows current power, peak power, just so you know. Wait, did I miss that? That didn't used to be a thing. Oh, it does show... Wait, no, that's what power we're using right now. It doesn't anywhere say peak power. By the way, the torque curve shows current power / peak power. Oh, it does! That's what the slash afterwards is. I never looked at that. 238. Okay, thank you very much for showing me that. Otherwise, I would have never noticed that. Thank you. 276 was just what they were rated because... Yes. A lot of the top-end vehicles lied. I feel this is not brutal enough. Are your tires too wide? I feel as if your tires are too tractiony. This thing should easily do a burnout. Oh, we got ESC on. Okay. If this is 1999, your ESC would have been very, very basic. It would have been probably just traction control. It's getting brought back into line, and then once the tank slapped back out wide. I might turn your ESC off. Alright. It's decent. It's not like suffocating the power. Doesn't want to really help with oversteer too much. TC off? It is just TC? Oh, it is just TC. Okay, then. Let's try turning it off. And see what the car is like to drive now. Okay, it feels a lot more controllable now. I think it is a bug. When you put ABS, it puts TC onto it. No, TCS was there. I saw it flicker when I went to accelerate. And also, that's not a bug. That's just the way that automation exports cars at the moment. And has been for quite a while now. Where it's anything that has, like, active anything, it has a TC. And now a lot more things actually come with active stuff as well, including suspension. So you're going to see it a lot more. Whether it's actually suffocating power or using the brakes to draw you in line, which you would find in most electronic stability control systems. Yeah, it'll show that even without it. So I'm going to be doing a video. Maybe I'll draw Cesari in for it because they're such a consistent driver compared to me. I'll get them to do some stuff on how I've set up active suspension. Because they now have active suspension apparently in beamng, which I think is huge. With the recent it shows ESC for ABS, I noticed. Yeah, it's done that for a very long time. You know, without ESC, without traction control, this thing just feels nice. It feels like a good sports car. Turn in is good, brakes are good, power is good. Let's try a little bit of drifting. Oopsie daisies, was doing well there for a bit, but then went a little too far. It's pretty good at controlling. I mean, like you. Meh. GTA Dollar Store S14. A little bit. I did like that somebody said it was like a wish.com S14. That was my favorite. I'm new to automation and went to submit a car. How do I send it as a .zip file? When you've finished modeling the car at the very end, there'll be a few options on the right side of the screen on the very last tab. One will be to export a .car and the other one will be to export, just export. And that'll be to export it to beamng. You go in there and then you click the export button. Generally, for the most part, I would suggest turning on the force unbreakable fixtures. Only sometimes. And only sometimes is it advantageous to have breakable fixtures. Very GTA cars from Wish. A little bit. I will admit that sometimes GTA cars just do look like ugly cars that they've tried to replicate the real car. And it's unfortunate, because it'd be cool to have like really good looking cars. Looks like a cross between a Nissan Silvia and a Mitsubishi Eclipse. A little bit of Eclipse, maybe. But we never really got Eclipse here, so I don't know. Like, fully. Maybe there's an older model that I'm not entirely aware of. I think there is, but I don't really remember it. Let's do this one better. I'm trying to drift now. Because I forgot I was trying to drift. Nice. It's really controllable. It's like the right amount of power. This is a good car. I like it. I don't want to stop driving this one. This one is actually one of the more fun cars I've ever been submitted. Looks are a bit questionable. It's not the most fun car, because there have been some exceptional cars. But I love it. The Jester RR in GTA looks like better than the new Supra. That's not... I think I agreed with that, but I can't remember it exactly. I just know that I don't like the look of the new Supra. I think it looks weird. And I blame McLaren for like taking what car designers think that people like for car design down the wrong path. Because I don't think McLaren has ever really created a good-looking car. They've made interesting-looking cars. Not good. Started too early on the entry. Nah, no, went around. I like it. Let's go ahead and give this thing a fill score. This is quite enjoyable. Dankpod's got the best description for Wish. A dumpster they'll let you pick through before they light it on fire. Yeah, a little bit. American P1 is not gorgeous. I agree, it is not gorgeous. The MP4-12C, yeah. Also, the P1, yeah, you're listing like all these really ugly cars. So weird. You guys are just on the same wavelength I am. If anybody doesn't agree, just look at them, like, for more than a second, and let the ugliness sink in. They're just... I wouldn't rate them, like, really ugly. I'd just rate them a 4 out of 10. Just on the wrong side of what a car should look like. Some of them are a little bit uglier than others. The new Supra is just an FT concept reference. Sure. Karen Solstice GT is crazy. The Solstice GT, I don't remember that one. Let's go ahead and create a fill score. Phil, I think handling is more important than visuals. That was my goal there. Oh, well, I mean, you could have also made it look good. I mean, I'm not going to say that it's, like, really ugly. I just say that there's a lot of, like, conflicting things, and there's a few things that I like the look of. Like, I really like your placement of your badge there, or, like, decal there. It looks really nice. Most McLarens are ugly? Yeah. Don't judge me. I think the MP4-12C is my favorite McLaren. I'd say the F1 is probably my favorite McLaren. I will say that that back end, like this part in here, this inset, looks quite nice. And then the rear window and the surround of the rear window looks nice. Rear diffuser looks nice. Everything else looks pretty wrong. The side, like when you're focusing on the front and this side here, just looks weird. And a bit ugly. Like this, much uglier. Is this a custom bumper? This looks so ugly. Here we go. This is like a good example of why, like, of what I really don't like. Is this hole, like, around here looks pretty bad. There it looks even worse. They just don't look good. They look like a sports car as well, I might say. Especially from this angle. Doesn't look like a supercar. Anyway, styling of this car. Let's go like a 3 out of 10 on that one. It's just not good. Acceleration of this car, we'll go a 5 out of 10. It's not particularly fast. I don't want to do like a 0 to 100 test. I just want to enjoy this car. We'll give you a 6. It's not that slow. Handling. I'm going to give you like a 10. Without TC, it's pretty good. 720S looks pretty ugly. Yeah. It's different, not ugly. Sure. I'd say just like a little tinge of ugly. Not gonna lie, it looks like a McLaren 720S. I think that 720S is like the one that looks like the fish front, right? Yeah. These are like the epitome of ugly. It just looks bad. But on the rear end, you're like, oh, okay, so they threw away even the good rear end design. They just look... Like this I would give probably a 3 out of 10. I don't like it. Fun factor. You know what? I feel that this is a bit unfair. Because it's not as bad as a McLaren. Fun factor 10. This is just a really fun car. Cool factor. Most people aren't going to get it. Even in the car community, it's not as cool as, say, like the GTR R34 sort of thing at the same sort of time. You get this one because you can't afford cars like that. So the cool factor will be somewhere like a 7, maybe. You know what? A 6. Because the S14s are like the ugly sibling sort of thing. Not gonna lie, modern McLarens have pedophiles. Don't blame. Okay, that's weird. Alright. If you like the 12C rear but dislike the front, look at the 650S. I think the 650S is also not particularly great. Trackability of this car. I'm going to give it a slight score there. I'm going to hamper it a little bit. It's not really fast enough. But, you know what? It does handle pretty good. I didn't test the brakes out fully, but they seem to do pretty well. Its ability to handle is actually quite nice. So it does pretty well. Features for this car. It's a very old car. The price for it, $45,000. Most of that would have been the sportiness sort of cost. A CD player, but like a virtual heads-up. This would have been a tape. Sorry, a head unit. So let's go. S14 interior. CD player, sure, but as you can see here, a head unit. Ripe for being stolen. That's how head units were, not this. So that's going to come out of your je ne sais quoi score as well. Let's move this up. Features for this, like a 2. Very basic. You know, it's probably got AC. We'll give it a 3. Comfort for this sort of car, it's a little bit loud, but not super loud. Its suspension wasn't super hard, but it was a little bit sporty. So let's go... Well, you know what? Actually, what are the seats like in here? You know what? The seats look actually pretty darn good. So... 6. For a car like that, that's actually a pretty decent score. Quality of this car, it's Japanese, but it's from that, like, time period where quality started to slip a little bit, but not completely, like, 2000s, where they really, really started to cut corners. So... We'll go like a 7 on that. Engine's still... a little bit over-engineered. Welcome, Pyromanus, back to the streams. Do you mean something like the Hyundai Coupe? That is really ugly? Hyundai Coupe. I don't think I know that one off the top of my head. Yeah. There is something about this car that is like incredibly ugly, but also incredibly I want to maybe drive it one day. I will say that I like this version, though. I like this car. It's a bit weird on the front. I would like a like aftermarket body kit on it, maybe. But the fact that they made it front-wheel drive is, I think, why this car failed miserably. Well, not miserably, but like, didn't do nearly as much sales as what it could have done, and stayed in people's zeitgeist. Front-wheel drive, Oh my god, why must you ruin a good-ish looking car? Rear. Yeah, we also call it the Tribune here in Australia. The back end of this I always hated. Absolutely hated it. The back end of this looks much better. It really wants me to show ads. It showed me another thing. Now's a good time to insert an advert. Can I turn off notifications, please, YouTube? Is this like a game? Like, what the hell? Stop it! I'm fine not running ads until I need to go to the toilet or something. So I'm just getting some errors here. Anyway, what else? Yeah, no, I feel as if I've spoken enough on that. But if you want really ugliness, look at the Tata Magic. I don't know what that is. Generic sporty coupe. I agree. It does really reek of just generic. The Hyundai Coupe handles surprisingly good, but it looks like a heavier vehicle. But to be honest, everyone were making front-wheel drive coupes. No, it's because it's what they had for parts spare. It was Korean, I believe. Hyundai is Korean, is it not? Why are we getting... Here we go. No, it is this one we want, I think. Yep, that's wrong. And yeah, why are we getting the mobile link? Damn it! Alright, let's just go to the Wikipedia. Hyundai is Korean, I believe. Yep, Korean. Alright. So yeah, it's just what they had on hand. They weren't making sports cars for the longest time. So everything was just what they had left over. If you look at any SUV from India in the 90s, I didn't know they made them. Don't know what you see in the car? I don't know, I just like it. The coupe is a Need for Speed Underground 1 throwback, if you say so. And it is Korean, but a lot of their stuff is based off of Honda blueprint. A little bit, yeah, but also Honda is front-wheel drive. Not everyone was making front-wheel drive at the time. It was becoming more and more popular because it was more efficient and cheaper to make. And on paper, if you didn't write down on front-wheel drive, they actually looked like really good cars. Now we have the Ceres R988. So I feel that this is like their own law sort of car. Wait, I haven't finished your score. Whatever. Practicality. It was front-wheel drive. Two-door. Value, feels pretty good. Ongoing costs, probably actually rather good because it's a turbo 4-cylinder. We'll go a 9 on that one. It's not like a complete econo box. Maybe an 8. J-beam editing, because turbos would go on those things after a while. What did you say was here for the J-beam editing? Custom sound, custom traction control, and engine tweaks. Like 3. Would I buy this? Yes. Je ne sais quoi? No. Realism commonality? Like a 6. Pretty good. A few missing things here and there. So a score of 100. That's actually a really good score. Well done. Actually, practicality. 5. It's not a small car. There you go. 99. Next is now this car. So the law on it is a midfield team looking to take advantage of the new turbocharger restrictions. What year? Naturally aspirated 3.5 liter V8. Turbocharger restrictions. So this might have been like, what is it, 1993, 1980? Like that, or like it was like late 80s, early 90s, I think, when they changed it. 1989? When they switched over? A team with a history of success looking to fight back in front. Turbocharged flat. Oh, they made 2 versions of it. Is this where I didn't download both versions of the car? Ah, okay, yeah. 1 car per submission, please. So I chose one, and this is the one I'm looking at. It's a naturally aspirated version. So, yeah. Let's give it a try. Actually, what map should this go on? I do have F1 maps. Do I have Monza? I don't think so. Let's go... Monza. I hate the search functionality inside of beamng's website. It is the worst thing in the world. So the real racetrack series. Yeah, no, that's that garbage stuff. I hate it. I don't even know why it's there. I get it, but it's really poor. beamng Monza. beamng.com Monza racetrack. No, that's the real stuff, right? Yeah, no, I don't want that. 1966. Oh. Oh, that's gonna be cool when that gets released. Oh, like fully released. Oh, no, it is fully released, but it's a beta version. That's gonna be cool. Monza released? What version is this? I think this is the version I had. Yeah. Download. Mediafire. Goddamn, I hate Mediafire. I always feel like every time I'm coming here, I'm like putting myself open to a virus. Hopefully this isn't also going to affect my stream at all. 348 frames dropped. Let's see if that increases. Spacesta was separate car based on Lotus technology, but also no parts were interchangeable. There's Assetto Corsa Spa. Oh yeah, I have Spa, don't I? I could have used Spa. But I want to try Monza. The Astra Baton Cope. Yeah, I mean... I would try a convertible. Downloads. I have to refresh, don't I? Control L. Reloading. Now, do we get... I think that's the wrong Monza. Let's give it a try. If not, we'll just go with Spa. You're making a 4-door box truck. Did they... I suppose there were a few of those, wasn't there? If you also count the Astra is just a coupe, what are we talking about now? Speedster was... What? You guys are talking weird things in the chat that I don't fully understand. Now, the reason why 4-door utility vehicles are not very popular in most parts of the world is the fact that the trays or the cargo area in the back then gets severely hindered. I know that, what was it? Mighty Car Mods recently did a video, which I completely disagree with the fact that they put the Toyota Hilux on there. Completely wrong. Now, the dual cabs plummet in resale value because they are not popular. The only reason why they sell so much is for, what do you call it? Fleet vehicles. Because fleet companies are like, we want a utility vehicle and 4 doors. If it's a government, which is usually where they're sold for, they don't care. They just want to check boxes and just move on. They're really quite useless. So a 4-door box truck is very rare. I mean, are you really often using a box truck with things? 2004 drive coupes. Oh, okay. I really wouldn't consider an Astra so much a coupe. I'd call it like the 2-door version. Even in automation, those sorts of things, they call it a 2-door sedan. Ah. The thing is unstable in a straight line. That is not great. I don't know what's happening there, but the thing was actually... It's going into like a flip-flop sort of period where, yeah, you've stuffed something up. Too much rear aero compared to front aero, maybe? And like your geometry is stuffing up. It doesn't want to go in a straight line. Do you see that? I might have to take this to Monaco instead, because that's not a high-speed track. It's broken. Now, next car. Chromatic Schnitzel Hans. Alright, let's take it around here. So this is meant to be a CEL build challenge thing, right? Fix the car. Resubmit it. I'd like to try it out. God, this car is not a looker. Hans 2005 Germany pony car. 4.3 litre double overhead cam V16. So weird. I don't even want to give this thing a full fill score. ESC, okay. Let's try see what it's like with ESC first. Feels rather good. Feels a little bit weighty on the front, but that may be more your suspension tune than the weight of the engine, because it looks fairly balanced, actually. Understeer. Which is unpleasant amounts. Phil, I have an idea. Can you make the best car of a day at the end of stream? No, by the end of stream, I'll be completely fucked and exhausted. Because I'm not just doing like a Twitch stream where like you just sit there. You know, like that has no life from that South Park World of Warcraft episode. Like I'm not Shroud or anything like that where I'm just sitting here just like occasionally. I might order some food. Like, YouTube doesn't work like that. And then with like the occasional, let's go! Try to build up some fake sort of hype. Or that one like really hyperactive, obnoxious guy, XQC. I don't know what sort of person he is. I don't care much for him because I am not his target demographic. I am an old man. I'm so old. Breaking point should be about here. Yeah, alright. And then understeer. Which is probably what you'd expect from a real car. So, let's now try it without ESC. Stream is kind of laggy. We did drop a few more frames, frick. It Russell challenge car, what do you expect? Yeah. No, like, don't create your car, just pick the best car for us that we posted. Oh, okay, yeah, talk about the car that I enjoyed the most. It's probably going to be that Nissan, to be honest. It handled really well. Why does automation keep crashing at the exporter? I'm getting that too. That is a weird one. You like XQC? Fair enough. I'm not his target demographic though. Day in the life of a Twitch streamer. 1. Wake up, eat breakfast, G Fuel. 2. Go back to bed because you're too tired. Because, yeah, you're not getting like a healthy lifestyle. Well, there's literally no Ford Fiesta ST200 on sale in Germany that is bone stock. Really? And they're expensive as hell? The ST200? I mean, I prefer the ST150 because I just like the design of it. It's like they lasted that sort of design period of like chunkiness before every car company went to like the wishy-washy, swoopy sort of design, which I'm not a fan of. Okay, without ESC, this thing handles a lot better. If only ESC would help keep the thing actually in line like it does with some cars. Actually feels pretty darn good without it. It's a bit wallowy. I'm not a big fan of wallowy cars. Not the worst. My 1967 Le Mans car keeps crashing at the exporter. Yep. I find restarting the game fixes it for me the next time around. Usually it's working a lot better. I don't know. Maybe restart your computer. You may have to reinstall it, back up all your car files. I'll break myself a little bit. The ST250 here is either all lowered or don't have the original color. Weird. There's not much modding around the Ford Fiesta here in Australia. In fact, they're very much a forgotten car. Freak out? What? Anywho. See how it does now on Parabolica. Parabolica being a particularly tricky corner at the best of times. Turn in, then power on early. I missed the apex, a little bit of oversteer. Trying to rein it in. Alright. I can get behind this. It's a decent car to handle. It's like a good, lumpy family car. Maybe like a boring Holden or Mercedes maybe a Lexus. That was the wrong button to press. What I wanted to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 seconds to 100? That is actually quite fast. But it's so ugly as sin, I don't want to give this thing a full score. I'll just give it a simplified one, because it's so ugly. 5 out of 10. The mediocre to fun handling is really outweighed by the fact that this car is really unpleasant to look at. You like older Ford Focus more than the newer ones? Yeah. Depends. I mean, I don't hate the new ST150. I just prefer the like late 2000s sort of ST models. Let's try a little bit of drifting now. Had to actually force a bit of oversteer just then. Let's try that again. The game video is laggy, but not your camera. It's still doing it? Frick, is it this map? You like the old Beetles? I mean, I like both. Sure. Yeah, the ST200 came only in one color, asphalt gray. Really? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, nah, it's not particularly good drift car like the other car that we had, the Nissan. Yeah, I like it, but yeah, it's ugly. Don't like it. Then we got the Fuji Matsu. We don't have any Japanese maps. So let's just take it to a race. No, it's a small car. Let's take it to the automation test track, since it'll be a car that gets tested a little bit. New Focus are really ugly, too big, and don't have RS variant. We never got RSs here in Australia, I don't believe. Let's clear some of these out. 2023 Focus. No, not Focus. Fiesta. Oh, Focus. Okay, you wrote Focus there. ST. Yeah, it's like a small SUV. I remember looking at this and going like, why did they make it look more like an SUV? Like, is every company worried that they won't sell a bazillion of each individual car? Please read Reddit description. Oh, for fuck's sake! More reading descriptions. I'm dyslexic. For fuck's sake. If this is like more than 2 sentences, I'm not going to read it. I'm just giving up on reading. Reading is very taxing for me. Okay, it's decent on fuel. 1990. 14,000. Please don't torture yourself trying to hot lap this thing around test track. Automation says it'll do 3 minutes. Rather, you should take this on open maps. East Coast USA. Okay then, good. The rest of it I am not reading. God's sake. I'm way too dyslexic and I'm way too tired. Fuck. East Coast USA. I love East Coast USA. It's a very pretty map. Let's take it to Farmhouse. Even though Beatles got ideas, some random Austrian painter. What? Oh, the Puma. I hate the new Puma. The old Puma was not an SUV. Ford, stop making everything an SUV. Fuck off. I feel like that kid that's like talking to the monkey. Hey, Ford. Fuck off. God damn it. Stop with the SUVs. Please. Oh my god. You want to sell a bazillion cars. I get it. Oh my god. Every car you make has to be a success. No. People will like car companies, not just for the cars that sell the most, but like going, oh, Ford has the Mustang. Cool, that makes it a cool company. When I'm looking at an SUV, I'll also buy Ford because of the Mustang. Like, it's just, there's the coolness around the company. But if you make one car that's cool and the rest are just SUVs that people are like, yeah, I want a car that ticks things off, sort of thing. My god. Grow a backbone. Jesus Christ. My car this week revs to 250 RPM, and that takes 2 seconds to shift. Alright. I feel this is revving maybe a little bit high, especially if it's a 3-cylinder. 3-cylinders are notoriously unbalanced. I think it's more of like unbalanced for torque reasons, maybe not RPM reasons. Look at the 2022 Fiesta ST. They have managed to ruin a bad successor to the 2017. Alright, last car we'll have a look that's off topic for now. But I am interested because I like Ford Fiestas. Yeah, I saw this one as well. It's a bit bland. I don't know, I feel as if they tried to make it look too big. I don't hate it. It's just not really tickling me giblets. Whoa, oversteer. Is this rear-wheel drive? No, it's front-wheel drive. Okay. Interesting. Usually front-wheel drives, they will make them understeery, because people that are in most situations that are buying front-wheel drive cars aren't really, like, car people. So they make them a little more dull. Is it fun to drive? Hell yes. But unless you're making, like, a real sports car in this sort of time period, like Honda, most front-wheel drives were fairly bland and boring. That's where front-wheel drives got their bland and boring stereotype from. In America, that was an entirely different thing because they just suck at making cars, to be honest, that handle like fun. So front-wheel drives were always just considered particularly bad there. But that's because all cars were particularly bad there. Europeans as well, it didn't really start until like Ford started pushing things with the new edge. And then they brought out the Ford Fiesta, which actually handled... Ford Focus, sorry. The Ford Focus that handled quite nicely. And then they were like, you know what? Even though they're front-wheel drive, we can make truly fun cars. Only a few car companies ever really bothered to make... Oh, it's automatic. Am I in slow motion? What was that? God, the thing is so slow. Is this actually got ESC on? Oh, it actually had ESC. Wait, what? I can't turn it off. Oh. And it's got an advanced automatic? Not simple automatic? 0.1 bar of boost? Oh, what? I need to know that in PSI. Yeah, that is too low a blow of a turbo. You're not... Yeah, that's too low. I feel as if that would be suffocating the engine, which is weird. Ah! Which is surprising, because the turbo was actually quite big, wasn't it? That was weird. I think the SUV I would drive is Land Rover. I think they brought back the Escort. If they brought back the Escort, it'd be a disaster. It'd be an SUV. Trust me. The Escort would be an SUV. It's Ford. They're just trying to, like, the Mustang Mach-E, which now I think they got rid of, like, the Mustang from the moniker, and are just calling it the Mach-E now. I hate it. I hate that they, like, sullied the Mustang brand. I don't know how much longer the Mustang is going to survive in non-SUV form. If you're just creating SUVs, you're going to become a bland vehicle manufacturer. I think there's only a few companies that could really get away with just making SUVs if they so much wanted to make the choice. And that would be like Mercedes with their, This oversteers too much, to be honest. Is this a sequential, actually? Hold on. Stop moving. There we go. Control W, what do we got here? Transmission. 3-speed automatic? Why is it always in S mode? Is this an automatically controlled manual? I feel as if I need to read the law because everything here is just like completely unrealistic. Alright, I'm gonna go silent, full sweat mode for this because I'm dyslexic and I don't want to read aloud. After the change? Okay. Okay, yeah. I don't think I'm going to give this a full fail score because it's so incredibly unrealistic with whatever this transmission is that you've chosen. Yeah. And your engine is also really weird. Very weird choice. No, it's 100% automatic? Really? Maybe it's an advanced automatic. That is not a slush box automatic. Like, that is way too connected to the wheels. This thing would have totally been just a full slush box. Bigger car, bigger emissions limits? Depends. They create SUVs because CO2 emissions limits... I've heard somebody saying that about British cars. Sorry, about EU regulations. I don't know if I believe that. I'd have to look that up specifically. But that doesn't feel right. Welcome Swagbucks back. Hi Phil, hope you're having a good day. I feel as if that's like a massive oversight by the EU, if that is a thing. Because then what you're going to end up with is more road damage. Because heavier cars do more damage to the roads. Let's try it on dirt. Let's have a little bit of fun. We'll give it a simplified fail score. Because it's more fun than realistic. I didn't put advanced auto in. The exporter screwed something up. Ah, okay. I mean, you could have probably tested it a little bit. I'm just going to give it a simple fail score then, since it's not the card that you meant to send. I feel as if this is an automatically controlled manual. So like, super extensive sort of stuff. I think the first cars that you really started to see that on were like Ferraris. I think the first consumer car to have anything like that would have been the Audi TT with a dual clutch transmission, I believe. I think they were the first ones to do it. The new Mustang looks a little too European to me. Yeah, I kind of understand that. I feel as if the back is also not wild enough, to be honest. I know, I like the car. Not realistic. I'm thinking with the design, it's doing okay. Maybe like a 6 or a 7, but the realistic feel of it is quite good. I did mention what you could do maybe with the indicators though. Also, maybe what you could have done as well as a little bit of a thing is grab a little bit of this at the end and then maybe somehow try to taper it off a little bit to make it look as if it's not just a straight flat edge. This would have been during the time period of knowing that things needed to be quite rounded and smooth, heading into the 90s. It's absolutely an abuse of the classification. They've essentially kept the light-duty truck classification that is meant for vehicles and popularized family vehicles built on the platforms. Really. As usually with the EU regulations regarding cars on or heavy industry, they don't make much sense, but help Germany get advantage over other... Yeah. I do feel as if the way the EU is run is also particularly poor. I will say that I like the fact that you've done a lot of J-beaming here. I just noticed that it's also glitched out, so I can't actually talk about it. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know why, but a lot of things glitch out. Where's the head position? It's close enough. Let's just angle it down a bit. Alright, whatever. Do we have dials and gauges? No. No shift or anything? Alright, fair enough. For the same reason, tiny city cars stopped being produced, too strict emissions limits, and not enough popularity. Alright. So at least you've done a little bit of J-beaming. How do I switch camera here? Is it that one? No, that's the wrong button. Is it that one? No, do I have a button bound for that? I don't think I do. There we go. Whoops, I'll break myself. God, this thing is slow off the line. I feel as if you're not going for highways. You probably could have made your first gear shorter as well. Tried to put in dials but couldn't get them to work. Fair enough. Dials get trickier. Still possible, but trickier than steering wheel. Steering wheel is so big and so easy and so generalized on its position that it doesn't particularly matter too much. Norway, I'd... Poplar with city... What? Anyway. Realism score is pretty darn low at the moment. I'll give it like a 6.5 out of 10. It's doing pretty good. You know what? Let's up that to a 7. We'll give you half a point for doing the steering wheel. But I feel as if it's not enough to overcome my grievances that I have with the rest of the design here. Most frustrating thing to me is how otherwise perfectly fine hatches and wagons... Yeah, but the problem is a lot of these bigger cars aren't sold in Europe from Ford. So, why are they still making SUVs? Is it American regulations as well that have this weight thing? But that also wouldn't explain why the Ford Marquis is an SUV. What it is SUVs are just popular at the moment. So that's just the thing. Now, there's nothing saying that heavy cars can't handle well, and there are a lot of really heavy cars that handle well. My issue with heavy cars is infrastructure. We'll resubmit next week? Great. Americans have different taxes on SUVs. Interesting. Do they tax more for SUVs? SUVs are just the most popular car. Yeah, I know, and I hate it. Because they're very inconsiderate cars to have on the road. Let's hold the handbrake. Woo! Yeah! Oh, not enough power to pull through the handbrake. Woo! Average American thinks they're safer and have more space is questionable. I don't know. Maybe they do. Depends on how the car is made. But more safe? Not so much, depending what situation you're in. You're not really more likely to be more safe. You're more likely to kill somebody else than not have yourself killed, per se. So, that whole, like, I have one up on you is maybe what they feel. But, like, seeing around them at, like, intersections... being around them in any sort of way at grocery stores, they're just really, really inconvenient for everybody else on the road. Which is why, generally, Unless you really need it, I think you're a rude person if you have an SUV. Yeah, so we're done with this car. Next one. It's fun to drive, though. Steam Tourer. I feel as if this would be an American car with how gaudy it is. So let's bring it out here. In South Africa, you have to have an SUV in some places. Yeah, as I said, unless you need it. A study read from the early 2000s was the majority of collisions are between two-passenger cars, but the majority of fatalities are in SUVs. That's the 2000s. Safety has come along a lot, but ask Volvo about like how SUVs are being actually done. I think you need more audio samples, to be honest, but pretty good. A steam engine would idle at 0 RPM. And much like an electric vehicle, you probably wouldn't have a transmission. I don't think? Maybe? Am I wrong on that one? I feel as if they would just have like one really incredibly long gear. The openly SUV is like the Subaru... What? What are you talking about? It wasn't about SUVs being fatalities. It was about SUV causing... Oh, okay then. Yeah, I feel as if you needed, you need more audio samples. Because, steam vehicles are very weird. If anybody remembers the original inline 8 engine that I made that was just a fake, that I versed against Tievsky. His steam car, what he'd actually done is given the vehicle a lot of power, but set the head gasket to blow immediately. That way it would blow out white smoke. And then you could have had like a white smoke coming out. Now, black smoke coming out as well is also fine, considering that these things would have had a burner still. But I liked what he did. So there were some with 3-tree transmissions? Okay. Feel as if that would have been unnecessary. Because you don't need a transmission. And also, you would have to make the transmission so goddamn robust. Because these things generate a buttload of torque, unless you make it really small. Wow. This is going really fast. 67 kilometers an hour? I like the sounds, though. That's good sounds. In 2019, German car magazine Auto Bild said they compared wagons and SUVs like the Dacia, VW, Ford, Volvo, Kia, and the Wagon 1? What? So here's the thing. Ask Volvo what they feel about the safety standards of Taytay's testings. They did have a big hand in how originally safety testings were done 30 years ago. And then they had a little bit of say when they came up with ANCAP and a few other little rating systems. But this was like an early sort of time, like they'd only just really started to fully understand the full extent of safety. Volvo is now saying ANCAP is completely wrong. It is bad. You should stop using ANCAP. And the EU should also stop referencing it as well. Because ANCAP is dated. It's 20-something-year-old tests which companies have taken full advantage of for marketing purposes, how to exploit the perfect result for ANCAP, but nothing else. So cars are actually still quite unsafe in a lot of ways and are getting better ratings than Volvo. Because Volvo has a much better all-round safety rating. And Volvo's out here just going like, stop doing that. Please. You're making less safe cars than, like, making cars that are less safe seem more safe than what they really are. What they did is they gamified it, and companies learned how to game the system. Guys are talking about Foresters in the chat, and I don't fully understand it. I like this car. This is really cool. I probably won't give it a full fail score, because I feel as if that won't do it justice. Because, like, it would score horribly. What's the collision mesh on this like? Not bad. It's not the cleanest, but it's not bad. I would have loved to have seen, like, moving steering wheels and whatnot. They're actually pretty simple. Now that I've got practice on doing moving steering wheels, can pump out a steering wheel in like 5 minutes, maybe 10. So, don't be too daunted by doing it. Just go out, give it a try. It's fantastic. Now, this should understeer and not brake at all. Brakes are too powerful. If I'm locking up, the brakes are too powerful. I also feel that this thing would have only rear brakes as well, and not all-round brakes. So, yeah. What year was this? 1910? Yeah, totally wouldn't have had... Yeah. You could have easily also gotten rid of front brakes. Yeah. Let's go turn off front brakes altogether. Now, that's something you could have done yourself as well. My second and worst car was a Chevy Cavalier. Its safety ratings were so poor when you got 0-star safety. Okay. Ah! I love the fact that it also feels as if it doesn't have shock absorbers, which is also very realistic for this time period. Would have had, like, the only shock absorption would have been, what do you call it? The friction on the leaf springs itself would have been the shock absorption. There were a few shock absorbers, but they were so ritzy and upmarket that most companies just didn't really bother having it. They were also like copyrighted, so you had to pay royalties to use them. At about 12,000 RPM, it sounds like a galloping horse. This? Sure, okay. Can you fit a tow hook on this? I don't know if tow hooks would have been around at this point in time, right? Like, the only sort of things that would have maybe had that is maybe tractor trailers. Or, yeah, semi-trucks. Or semi-trailers, whatever they call them. Here we just call them trucks. I hate cutting fenders. I'm, like, doing it for 10... Oh, okay. You're dealing with that sort of stuff in automation? Yeah. So you got your fender line here, so it comes around for where the wheel is, because the wheel will sit about here. You bring the patchwork up as close as possible, place it 3D, angle it a little bit, move it over a little bit, and then place it back into 2D. Then stretch it out. Don't move it. Just stretch it out from there, and then you'll cut away the fender so much easier. Little tip for you. You like Audi SUVs? Okay. Early commonly used shock absorbers were rubber pads. Hydraulic piston dampeners were high-tech for very long... hydraulic dampeners didn't come around for a really long time. Actually, a lot of them were all just friction. So, not so much rubber, because rubber wasn't really a thing at that point for those. They were sometimes, but they ran friction pads. They were made of wood, they were made of leather, they were made of lots of different things. And what it was is, you'd have like a bit of metal attached to the body and a bit of metal attached to the suspension, and they would come at it at an angle like this, and then there would just be friction. So when the suspension would compress, this was your friction that was stopping and dampening. It did it like a little bit of a stuttery sort of thing, so it wasn't always particularly liked as well. So it's why some companies were like, you know what, we just don't see the point. Because like it would stick and then like kind of like jittery a little bit. That was the issue. So that's why you don't see friction shock absorbers anymore as well. People are making 200 mile per hour SUVs now, which scares you. Yeah, that does seem reckless. I only like Land Rover and Audi. Nah, yeah, I don't know. Also, this would have been mechanical rear brakes as well. Would have been mechanical rear brakes, no front brakes, most likely. Weight is not a problem until you lose traction. Speaking from experience as a van driver. It's more the height of the vehicle that I'm more concerned about when going high speed. But you're talking to... yeah. Oh, it's so slow. But it's got the torque. It's got a lot of torque. I feel as if this is probably also not like a big engine as well. It'd be relatively small. Maybe like 2 liters. Maybe less. Because it's not like getting massive amounts of wheel spin. This should also have cross plies and not radials. I don't know what sort of tire this is. Also, I feel as if the tire wall is maybe a bit thick. And they probably should have been white walls as well. Would have been a little bit harder, but it could have been something you would do. That was a very wiggly wooden box. Is the wiggly from shock absorbers or impact? From impact. Welcome back, Rodney Hayes. Still scared and will obliterate anything it hits. Anyway, yeah. I don't want to give this a full fill score because it's not really going to tick many boxes. I want to give this like an 8 out of 10. You've done a pretty good job, but you've kind of stopped a bit short. There's no cabin camera either. The cabin camera is so easy to do. Let's, what is it, 5? Yeah, relative camera. I don't think I see any dials moving. Also, having a clock inside the car, I don't think that would have been a thing at this point in time. I think if you had to put a camera inside here by default, it would have been absolutely fantastic. I love the idea of this. I would have loved to have seen this thing properly fleshed out. Really disappointed that you didn't venture much into J-beaming. Come on, stop. Stop. Stop! Got the rear, front brakes turned off. It's lovely. I feel as also the steering wheel is in the wrong position here. The problem is you're going to have to, like, squeeze into this gap here. And most people aren't going to be able to do that. Even in this time period where a lot of people were still very skinny, you would have to get in through the passenger seat and then scooch across. It is pointing directly at the steering box, so that's good. But yeah, no, that's not a good. What about this? I don't hear any horn. That's disappointing. I would have loved a custom horn. 8 out of 10. There's no J-beaming, so I can't really move it beyond that. It is so capable. You know what? Actually, yeah. This would have been the era where most roads were dirt. So let's go find a little bit of dirt track. How does it deal? Would a clock mechanism of the time period be resistant enough to vibrations? Yeah, I know, that's what I was thinking. They wouldn't have had to have thought about the vibrations in the time period. Steam engines, though, were particularly smooth, so you wouldn't have to worry about, like, engine vibrations or anything like that. But yeah, it would have been particularly hard on them. Gonna get the first here for fastest lap in autumn. What? Anyway. I was talking about the line even being capable of... Okay. Not this. I mean, this seems pretty off-roady. Look at that. It's doing really well. That's those chunky off-road tires. Doesn't know what gear to be in, but that's a beamng issue. This is why you clean up your collision meshes sometimes, is because the back end is becoming a little bit jiggly. Yeah. Would have been good if you had to clean that up as well. This could have been a much cooler car. Not gonna lie. I almost want to take points away because of like how close to greatness this thing was. Ah! Oh, it's brutal! What? Chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. Anyway, cool. Love the car. 8 out of 10. Next is, the Mika Mo Miyama. Where are we? Mika Mo Miyama. By Imikis. The said car by a farmhouse. What? Anyway. Sorry for the shitty interior. I've never done one full plan. Blah, blah, blah. This car is from 1984, January 28, manufactured by a small South Korean brand by the name of Mika's and blah, blah, blah. Competitive Honda Civic Type R. Compact budget fun sports front-wheel drive. $9,500. Very... Oh, British pounds? Okay, so I can't give this thing a fill score. Fair enough. You've saved me the effort. Thank you very much. You British pounds, though, so meant to be European. We don't have any non-American maps, but at least Italy, USA is very close. This is like Italians maybe moved into this part of America and then made their own state based upon where they came from. But it is, don't get mistaken, American. Let's have some water. And then spill it everywhere. I don't think I know any Swedish music apart from PewDiePie's music. And I like PewDiePie's music. So, yeah, I suppose I do. Can we please, UI? I have spilled so much water on myself right now, by the way. I thought OP said this car was Korean. Yeah, but they got it in Great British Pounds, so I'm assuming that they expect this to be used in Europe. And it's also left-hand drive, so it's not Korean. I believe Korea is right-hand drive. This thing is fast. Incredibly unrealistically fast. What the fuck? This is not a Honda Civic competitor. This is a Ferrari competitor. Not quite, but you know what I mean. Why does first gear go to 90 kilometers an hour? Everything is American. Everything is freedom. Yeah. My box truck is coming. Okay, good. Does this thing have like 200 to 500 horsepower or something? Like, what the fuck? UI. Add app. Torque. 147 horsepower. Okay. And 187 newton meters. It feels as if it's like so much more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 seconds to 100. It also understeers like crazy. Sleeper? Very much so. It doesn't have nearly as much horsepower as what it feels like it has. It's 857 kilos. For a car like this, I mean, maybe. It's Korean. They didn't really care hugely about... God damn it. It's an unpleasant car to drive. Like, first gear is way too short. And it understeers. Chronically. But I suppose that's front-wheel drives for you, right? Yeah. So, a little bit realistic there. I feel as if... I don't think any Korean cars at this time period were really trying to be this fast, were they? Almost. Damn it. I was about to say almost hit it, but I missed it. But, nope, I hit it. 6 out of 10. Too fast. Too furious. Too much understeer. Exhaust coming out of the wrong place. Not a particular looker, if I'm going to be honest, especially from the rear. Front was a little bit better than the rear, but the rear is, yeah, as commented before. I don't know. And then brakes are weird. Yeah, 6 out of 10. Next car. Do we have any description on this one? Here we go. Oh, it's on the Australia map in the photo booth thingy. 1950 sedan. Great, that's it. That's a lot of power. 120 horsepower from 1950? Oh my god. That's a really low idle as well. That is uncharacteristically low. An inline 4 creating that much power? 4 liter. Oh my god. This thing would have idled so goddamn rough. No wonder this thing only revs to like 3,000 something RPM. And that's like after automation exports, weirdly. I still feel as if that's too much power. 1950. I feel that this thing... Yeah, I don't know. That's a big boy. That is a big engine. 4 liter, 4 cylinder. 4 cylinders are not fully balanced. And this would have been before, like, perfectly balancing things a lot more and before balancing shafts. This thing probably would have realistically been up to, like, 2,500 RPM before the thing started to have, like, rather big issues. This is the second to last car. TGIS stream? Thank God it's Sunday? Wouldn't that be counterintuitive? Because, like, tomorrow's most people's work day. Tomorrow's my day off. Oh, thank God that the collision mesh fills out the wheel arches. I was worried that it wasn't going to do that, and, like, every time I hit, it would do damage. 1950 is probably like a 2 or 3 speed if it's going to be manual. Takes a really long time to shift. That's probably because the engine inertia is incredibly freaking high. Because you've made a 4 liter 4 cylinder. Handles actually quite nicely. This thing would have understeered a lot more on its cross-ply tires. I don't know if these are cross-plies though. These feel like they're so good at handling that they might actually be radials. Which would be just a no. It's not a radial for this sort of car. You're gonna start work tomorrow? Well, like for the first time, or... If so, congrats on getting a job. Well done. TGE, thank God, end stream? What? Top Gear end stream? My 1970s, well, actually late 60s car I'm making for the stream, but I'm trying to... What? You made it shift longer? Okay then. Sorry, I know that somebody was talking about like a long shifting engine. I thought maybe this was that. This probably wouldn't have been a synchro mesh either. This probably would have been just a straight dog box. So yeah, lots of like when shifting gears as well. I wish you could put that in. That'd be great. Just occasionally just have like a randomness option on like when you would grind gears. Volvo started offering radials in the 50s with their Amazon model. I know, but this is not that. This looks very American, and it's also Australian map in the background here. Do we have any extra info? No. What do the badgings say here? Retaria? Signora? Spoet. I don't know. It's too much chrome and too much of a front end to, I feel, be a European car. I know the Volvo Amazon, particularly. But even still, radials back then were so garbage they may as well have been cross-plies for the most part. This seems aftermarket, the tires? Yeah, potentially. Gotta love those gears. It does actually feel rather good. Except when you were playing beamng, where beamng is really bad. How many gears does it have? 3-speed? Okay, good. Let's control these gears manually. Rev limiter didn't exist, it would have just, like, revved until valve float. What is this song? Currently actually not playing one, I don't think. Number 7, Alone with My Thoughts by Esther Aburami. You'll probably find it on YouTube, but it's also in the YouTube audio library if you just want some free music. Or do you want me to skip to the next one because it's, like, barely playing? We'll do that. This vehicle feels like it handles too well. Is the creator of this car in the stream, by the way? Feel as if your brakes are also, like, way too effective. I think they were. I think they said that they changed the gear shifting. Do we have first person? How do I change camera again? That's the one. Ah, they put in a camera. Nice. Try start diving on a hill. What? Yes, for the first time, thanks. What? Welcome, Skibidaboo, by the way. Appreciate the camera angle. Would have loved an animated steering wheel engages, but I suppose can't expect everyone to do J-beaming. Ah! Though you did do a little bit of J-beaming. You did say that you changed the gear shift deliberately, which I think is cool. Well, but Robert Modzilla, you. Welcome, Robert. Yup, just skip it. What? This is a cool car. Let's switch it back to realistic. Oh, sorry, to basic transmission control or automatic. Try start driving on a hill. Do you mean going uphill? So we're on a bit of an incline here. Or do you mean a grass hill? So on a hill. Maybe find a steeper hill. Where's the steeper part? This is quite steep, and it's dirt, so this will be particularly hard. God, fucking beamng not knowing what gear to be in. Alright. And then, like, automatically removing handbrakes and whatnot. Okay, so if you do a bit of a proper handbrake start. You please? Oh, the handbrake isn't strong enough. Okay. That's what you're getting at. Ah, that's why you wanted me to do a hill start. Oh, funny, funny. Misa like ye. That's funny. I do like that a lot. There we go. Okay. And we made it out. I like the fact that you made the handbrake super weak. That is cool, because handbrakes were never particularly great. If that's what you meant by trying to start on a hill, that's really good. I like that. Try on tarmac? Why? What's that gonna do? I like this car. Pretty good. A bit unrefined, I will say. But I still like it. Is this road bumpy, or is this car, like, uncharacteristically teetery? Just watched, remember the 2003 lap Gods of Bathurst? Got goosebumps? Yeah. I was a Ford man at that time, so I was more of a Marcus Ambrose sort of person. And oh my god, watching any race with Marcus Ambrose basically gave me goosebumps at the time, because that guy, way too good for supercars. He would just dominated. But, oh god. Ah! Yeah. Let's go ahead and give you a fell score. So, the design of it, it's fairly old. Your collision mesh is not great either on the front bumper. Still a good look. Not one of the best looking cars. Like, it doesn't have really cool chrome design and all that sort of stuff. So, let's go about $12,500. That is incredibly cheap. We'll go like an 8 on that one. It's going to be a fairly popular design. 3 years before you were born. Acceleration. I mean, it's okay. We'll go a 4 on that one. Handling. We'll go a 4 on that one. Fun factor. We'll go a 4 on that one. A 3 on that one. It's not fun. Cool factor. It's a really old car, and it looks like it was well maintained. No rust or anything by the looks of it. So let's go like a 7 on that one. A kid's gonna look at that one and go, wow! But then, like, if you park a Countach next to it, they're gonna go, wow! So, it's cool, but not that cool. What were you 3 years before? I already read that one. Look up the Dodge. I haven't gotten to that part yet. Trackability. Non-existent. Features. I'm guessing it probably doesn't even have a radio. No, it does have a radio. But it doesn't look like there's any sort of fan control. So you're probably going to freeze in winter and boil in summer. So, 1. Comfort. It's very bouncy, a little bit loud, a little bit wallowy. Let's go, and it's also a bench seat, so not like the most comfortable. Let's go like a 4 on that one. At least you got room. Quality. 50s car. Quality is not going to be particularly great at that point in time. Constantly, like, having to tune and rework carburetor, stuff like that. Constantly topping up oil. At least it's robust, but it needs constant tinkering. The quality of metal is probably going to be fairly good, but not at $12,500. It's probably not great. So let's go like a 4 out of 10. Practicality? I mean, these sorts of vehicles require a lot of maintenance. So not going to be the most practical. Sure, you could fit 6 people in it. It's going to be a little bit big. Your rear is not particularly big and you don't have much leg room. Why is the floor so high? Why have you done that? That's weird. Zelda music? No. It's just free music. It stalls on... I read something and then it went away. Practicality. Let's go 5 on that one. Kind of. No, 4. It's not reliable enough. Value for a car like this? I don't know what the modern price of it is, but you're probably not getting a lot for your money, but at least the price won't go down. So let's go like a 6 on that one. These will be worth quite a pretty penny. But also a little bit volatile because they will be in the bubble that's happening with cars that's kind of popping at the moment. Ongoing cost for this is not going to be great. It's going to be terrible on fuel, and maintenance is going to be something you're going to need to constantly look at. And parts are also going to be really hard to come by, so we're going to go like a 2 on that one. Not great. J-beam editing. I think you had changed the RPM and the brakes? You haven't put any description there, so I'm just going to put a 1 because I don't really know. Would I buy this car? A little bit. Like, I'd consider it because I like Volvo Amazon. My face? I see funny video. What? It stalls on tarmac hills. Oh, okay. I suppose you'd need, like, proper clutch control to actually get around that. Cool, fair enough. Je ne sais quoi. I feel most of this is really done, but I like the fact that you kept this realistic, apart from maybe, say, the engine. I don't know how realistic or common that is. So let's go like a 4 on that one. You've done a lot of extra work there. Realism and... Oh, but that's realism and commonality. So let's put that down to a 2. It's pretty cool. Let's put that to a 3. It feels quite realistic, except for maybe the engine and the fact that you didn't put in air conditioning, but I'm not going to poo-poo you for the interior. Let's go 7 on that one. For a total fill score of 61. Which is pretty good. That's a good score. Welcome, Rainbow Factory Pony Plays. Me and my daughter are enjoying the stream. I will then try to keep the swear words to a minimum from now on then. Still kinda stylist... Still kinda... Stylist for the 1950s? What? That doesn't make exact grammatical sense there, Stefan P. Unless you're talking about an actual stylist, which is for, like, drawing on a tablet. Which I don't believe they existed in the 1950s. Have you got any plans on making a 2000s V8 supercar related videos? Yes. 8 off the funny number. Yeah, a little bit. Is there any cars after this? There is one more car. Okay. So not a bad score, but also not a good score. That is not a good score, but it's an old car. So what do you expect? God, I was so looking forward to both of these cars, but neither of them were, like, really there. This one considerably not there. Did I not do this car? Oh, yeah. I think this person submitted a .car file as opposed to a .zip. Let's have a quick look. Yeah. They submitted a .car. I mean, it's written in the instructions here. Mods in .zip format. And don't do what some people do, which is zip file a .car. Oh my god. Some people, honestly. Here we go. The 2020 Shadow GT, $41,600. Hello, this is Lazy Shifter. Hey. Also known as Stefan P. Hey, they're in the chat. Here's one of my latest creations. Have fun with it. The link to download it. Okay, cool. So, you've not given me any information. Oh, no, you've given me enough. Okay, I can do a fill score on that. But I don't know what country, so let's just take it to the automation test track. Because there, we can actually test a car. Bugza, I struggle to make good-looking 2000s car. I think that's like the last time in which automation is good for making cars. After that, it starts to become really tricky because cars become geometrically complex. Just make a blob with edgy fixture. 2000s, they're less blobbish. They're starting to gain shape back. Oops, I forgot to check what year it was. 2020. Yeah, alright, just wanted to make sure. Alright. First gear might be a little bit long. Turn in is okay. Bit of higher speed understeer, but when you start going, it starts to bring it back in. I think that might be an ESC thing, so we'll try it a little bit with ESC to start with, and then we'll try it without. Oh, I just got lag under braking. And getting a little bit of lag under braking, which is very strange. But it's only a little bit. Oh, it's weird. The game is changing speed in the middle of braking. Oh, God. In the middle of cornering. Your tires are way too wide, bro. That's the sort of... This thing, to justify that width of tire, would need to have, like, 400 horsepower. What was this, an inline 6, I believe? Max power is 311 horsepower. Okay. Fair enough. Let's try it without ESC now to see if that, like, cleans up the weird handling. Rainbow, how old is your... Oh, okay. Like New Edge design. Are you talking about Ford? Okay, without ESC, this thing feels a lot better. I will admit. What is the best car for a good fill score? Don't try to make a fill score and just ask for a simplified fill score and I'll kind of like tell you how I'm feeling as I drive it. Ask specifically for a simplified one. That's how you get a good fill score. Depends on the car though. A good handling car will do better than a good looking car. Most of the time, it depends. Clown Show MX-5 a little bit. I will agree with that. Get turned. There we go. It's all pretty well. Just make a blob with edges. Oh. Now I understand what you meant by New Edge design. Yeah, New Edge was a little bit like that with the Ford car, which is the one to really launch the design, I feel, before the Ford Fiesta, I think? Or did the Fiesta come before the Ford car? Ford car was not popular in Australia. Yeah, lost control there at high speeds and handling. So that's why you'd have ESC. There we go. I really want to get into making custom ESC controls. Feel as if Automation's base ESC doesn't work great. Ooh. Your brake bias is a little too far forward to the front for a sports car. A smidge more to the rear would have been great, but not the worst in the world. Good, good. I like it. It's okay. It's not setting my pants on fire. I feel as if I have to work the car to get what I want out of it. And I feel as if it's relying excessively on the, what do you call it? Wide tires. Which is okay. But you'd only really want that on an expensive car. Otherwise, the, like, maintenance cost on this car is going to be excessive. How did it not say that the wheel was broken? beamng, your damage detection, a bit off, bro. A little bit off. I'm just not enjoying driving it. There's something that's just not really fun. Let's try drifting. I think that's where our fun has gone, yeah. It doesn't feel driftable. Driftable? It doesn't feel really like a super drift, like a car which I could have fun drifting in any sort of way. I think that's because, like, the tires are too wide. Like, you have to put a lot of effort in to break the traction, which means you have to be very aggressive with it. I don't know. It feels okay. Not gonna poo-poo it too much. It just feels... Yeah, I don't know. I feel as if you could have made the tires narrow and had a little bit more of an aggressive car. Me when no membership things have been done. Oh, Thumper. It's still weird and 15-year-old boy to make race cars noise. What? I like the tires big? Yeah, sure, okay. If you want to create a time attack car or the sort of thing that does well on the Nürburgring, sure. But the Nürburgring is not the be-all and end-all, and I feel as if that's taking away from the fun of the car. I feel as if I'm working for, like, the optimal corner exit, but not really earning it. It's not... Yeah, like, we're doing 250 kilometers an hour through its slingshot. And then it doesn't... Yeah. Yeah, braking and balance is a little bit off there. Which is a little bit... I did outbrake myself, but I just wanted to see how it went through Bavarian Bend when it was unhappy. And the other thing just understeers. Let's give it one last try around Adam's Apex, which will catch out cars a lot of the time, and see what sort of speeds we can do around there. Yeah, too much front bias on the brakes. East Germany 4? What? Anyway. Oh, you're asking how old they were? 4 years old. Oh, okay, so they probably won't be really susceptible to swearing anyway. Good cornering speed. My goodness. Alright. I think time to give this thing a fill score. So, styling. What do we think? It's not like a particularly ugly car or anything like that. It's just a bit... bland? Let's have a look at a side of a Mazda MX-5 quickly. They have a bit of a thing around here to help break up the design at least a little bit. Most of this is actually also fairly bland, but I feel as if the front is so well balanced in its design. I don't particularly like it too much, but it really helps. I think also the mirror works and the handle works a lot better than what you've got on here. Yeah, your mirrors are not helping. Your mirrors are too blobbish. They don't fit the period. All roads lead to Rome, except for every road that doesn't lead to Rome, which is a lot. That's the MX-5 body from the normal automation, but it's cool. Has quite a bit of Viper. I like it. I mean, I like the body. Yeah, sure. I don't know about having canards on the side there. That's a bit much. Styling. I don't like the back end either. The back end just looks really weird. There's a car, not TVR, maybe a TVR. It's like it's not great. So 6, the front looks okay, but the rest of it is a bit lacking. Acceleration, we'll go a 7 on that one. It's quite good. Handling, 10. Fun factor, 3, because it's like very good at handling, but it doesn't feel like fun. It feels a bit perfect, if you know what I mean. Like as if I'm not doing much. I'm not really the one that's making the car fast. I don't know, it just doesn't feel interactive. I spent 2 weeks inside because my only car, a old Lada, does not work because my friend put fuel where the oil should go. Oh no, that's not good. I was kind of going for TVR look. I thought maybe. Which rear is it? Yeah. This is the one, and this is the one that I felt that you were kind of getting close to. Maybe you could consider this one as well. But they're such a unique thing. I also don't think they look particularly good, in my opinion. I like a lot of TVR fronts, but not their backs. I think this is really, and this one, the only ones that I really like. The rest I just don't like. So I can't in good conscience give you a good score there, personally myself. You know what? There. We'll leave it up to other people as well, so it's not just me. Cool factor. I mean, it's fairly cool. People on paper are going to see that it's very good. And the really thick stance tires do look nice, but you can't really see them because the car is very low. Still, I think maybe a 7 out of 10. It's going to be fairly cool. I like making cars easy to drive fast. Sure, okay, cool. Trackability, 10. It's very trackable. Features for a car of 41,000 is probably not going to be particularly great. Let's see what we got on the inside here. 2022. We have all of the basic sort of stuff here. Good, all right. 41,000. Probably not going to have like top-end radar guide, cruise control. Let's go like a 5 on that one. Comfort. It didn't really look like a particularly comfortable vehicle, especially with those sorts of tires. It's going to be very... Gotta go now? Oh, Ludwig is streaming. Alright. SDW Viper, yes, you are streaming late. Cars are fun until someone messes it up. Yeah, even if it's yourself that messes it up, it becomes less fun. Not there yet, bro. Not at the end of the stream. Comfort. I think I'm going to go like a Not a great score on that. Yeah, and you don't have... Like, they're buckety, but they're also, like, very thin seats. So, like, a 4 on that one? Quality? I mean, it's a high-strung sports car. That engine, very intricate and detailed. Yeah, that's not going to be particularly reliable, especially, like, headers like this, when they're being mass-produced by a company. Yeah, they're not going to be particularly great. So, like a 4? Practicality? Also, at like $41,000 for a modern sports car, that is quite low. You're probably not going to have like great leathers and stuff like that everywhere, no wood trimming. It's going to be probably a lot of plastic. High quality plastic, but still plastic. Or medium quality plastic, I should say. Practicality? It's a 2-seater. No rear stuff. Those tires make it not particularly great. Yeah, semi-slicks. Not great for rain weather. So let's go a 1 on that one. Because it's less practical than just being a 2-seater. Value for this car? Like a 5. It's pretty good. Probably not going to have great resale. Ongoing... Oh, you know what? Actually, no. Resale would be good on this because it's a sports car. So, like, people that want sports cars are generally not the richest people most of the time. And if they are, they'll just buy them new. Ongoing costs. Those tires are going to be atrocious. It's also probably not great on fuel. So let's go like a 5 on that one. JB Mediting, I don't believe there was any. Would I buy this car? You know what I would? Je ne sais quoi factor? I feel it's fairly well represented. And realism. We'll go like a 6 on realism. So... yeah, that's this car. You guys wanted me to say what my favorite car of the stream is? I wanted it to be the Mazda 787B replica, but it's just a little too twitchy. And even, yeah, no, it's just way too twitchy, which is unfortunate because it would have been really cool. I'd love to see resubmit this, not only with improved handling characteristics, but also a proper livery. Look at my stream on doing liveries and see if you reckon you can pull it off. It is really tricky when you got like big cutaways and whatnot, but give it a try. But my favorite car of the week is this one. TVR not good looking? Yeah, I mean, I can forgive you for saying that. Is this car? It's not a good looking car particularly, but it is fun to drive. It sounds pretty nice too. Whoops. Not a bad score, thanks. Yeah, I mean, 80. That was alright. I tried to do it... What? I tried to do it, but it was the cutaway... Oh, the livery stuff. They got me so I didn't... Okay, fair enough. I can understand. It can be quite tricky. Also, liveries have changed a little bit in how they work in beamng, so I might need to do an update on that. It's a bit gutless now that we're on a much bigger track than what we were before. But this car also feels nice to drive, but also handle quite... and drift quite nicely. I don't know, it's just a fun car to drive. And if you catch it like at this angle right here, it looks a lot better than what it actually looks. And as long as you don't look for a really long time. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at the pole. End pole. There we go. So yeah, a lot on 4 out of 10. Not a 2 out of 10. So I'm guessing that maybe like a lot of people are feeling maybe a 5 out of 10 for the styling. So I feel as if giving a 6 was fair. That yellow car does look kind of nice to you. From this angle, it looks a lot worse, does it not? With the taillights. And then at the front end... Not a fan. Not a fan of that. This is not doing it for me. I built an F-1000 jet in Kerbal Space. Okay. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Kerbal is easy, if you say so. I mean, I like Kerbal. I've played a little bit of it. I streamed it years ago. But, I don't know. I'm really into cars at the moment with automation and whatnot. It's really doing it for me. What's the fastest automation rear-wheel drive quarter mile? I'm gonna go fast. I think some people have gotten it down to like 6 seconds. It becomes rather tricky. Because it's not straightforward sort of stuff. It's just a good handling car. Whoops. I lapsed in concentration there for a second. I really like the rear lights on this one. Headlights and fog lights don't suit at all. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, now I will take suggestions on cars you want me to react to in my stream. I'll only do it for maybe like 15 minutes because I am getting quite tired and I'm also hungry, which is a side effect of streaming. So look up the Dodge Sierra, whatever that is, 3700 GT. That is quite the name. Oh, okay. Oh, weird. I like it for the most part. Not so much the rear end. But that looks cool. Oh, can you give me a good loaded image, please? I don't know. I kind of like it, but also kind of don't. It's also got a little bit of like Lotus Eldorado sort of weird back end. Sam, I really like the rear, but the front is not too much. Germany, why the spam? Because they just do. Hummer H1, could care less. Completely uninterested in Hummer. My best rear-wheel drive quarter mile was 7.2. I think it's about the same for me. Like mid-7s-ish, maybe. Toyota Fortuna. I don't think I've liked the look of a Toyota since the 90s, to be honest. So uninterested. The Peugeot Flux. Oh. Weird. Don't like the side. I know, I'm torn. It's cool, but also not particularly great looking. Like, it's really cool, but not great looking. That is a cool looking vehicle. Trust us French to, like, take a really cool idea and then ruin it. First old Challenger front-end Mustang type of coupe body, last of all its yellow... What? Ford Starliner. Is that like an MPV, I think? I don't know. No? Okay. I don't think I've ever heard of the name Starliner before. I mean, it's an okay looking car. Not their best. Toyota Celica Group B. Wait, did they make a Group B? Oh. That is not a good looking car. Why would they choose the, like, sedan back version and not the, like, a full wagon style? Kind of cool, but not really 100% doing it for me. Did you see the new Ariel? Yeah, I don't think I was a big fan of it. Mitsubishi Lancer Concept. You probably have to put a year on that. This one? I like it. That looks cool. It's a little bit big, but I do like it. Oh. Is that like an Eclipse body with a Lancer kind of like stank on it? I like it, but a bit weird. Dodge CC2 Viper. Is that just a Dodge Viper? Just with different livery? Yeah. Oh, no, it's not. This is the, nearly kind of like GT3 LM sort of looking thing, innit? I mean, I like it. I've always liked the Dodge, but they're also a little bit... I've grown a bit bored of them. They look a little too normal now, which is really disappointing, because they are cool-looking vehicles. And I have seen one in real life, and they are really cool in real life. Spanish muscle car. Okay, then. Ford Fairlane 500R code. I mean, yeah, it looks muscly. Kind of like it. But muscle cars were not really a huge thing here. Like Australian muscle cars, yeah. And I know them because of heritage, so I like it. The Sega C21. Let's have a look. There's a lot to like here, but it's also a little bit disproportionately weird. From this angle, it looks bad. Is that a one-seater? It is a one-seater. Maybe there's like sequential seating, like a inline seating. I don't know. If this was a cheap car, say like $30,000 to $60,000, but like massive amounts of like really good downforce, ground effect, and everything, I would say that this car is phenomenal. But if it's like really expensive, no, I'd give it like a 2 out of 10. Chevy SS, that's just what, a Holden, right? Didn't somebody... Yeah, just a Holden. Dodge Viper might have been the GT1 US Le Mans Series Homologan Special, okay. Mazda T2000. Oh, by the way, yes, I like Holdens. Not as much as I like Fords from the era. I do like this one. The Holden before this, I was a much bigger fan of. Do we have that car? No. It's not going to show me a previous version. Mazda T2000. Oh, that's funky. Ooh, I like that. That's cool. That I would like to own. Lancer Evo 9 wagon. Let's have a look. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Back end doesn't look great. Like, it just looks very bored. Like, I always thought that the wagon back end doesn't look great, but from this angle, with like the flared wheel arches. Sorry, here we go. This is a more standard one. I like that. Look at the Arrow 24 series. Okay. Could be less interested. But then I'd have to actually physically try to not care. 06 Pontiac GTO. Holden Monaro. Ford... What? Geogar... Okay, that's the proper spelling? I see that they've tried to make a Mustang concept. Interesting. I prefer the GT90 though. Noble M12. I like the Noble cars. I like all of the Noble cars, as far as I know. Yeah, I like it. It's dated, sure. But I still like it. I think it looks really rather sporty. It reminds me of like a sports shoe. Is that what Jeremy Clarkson said? I can't tell. But it just looks like a sneaker. Like the sports shoe of cars. And it's really fun. Austin Mini Mote Carlo Rally. Carlo Rally. Oh, it's just a rally version of the Mini? Sure, I like Minis. Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. That's the long race one, right? Yeah, I don't like it as much as I like their other cars of the time period. But I mean, it looks okay. I think the front just dips down too much for my likings. No Alpha then? What, Budini? Sorry, it's just the chat was moving so fast, but now it's a little bit slower. Let's bring it out. You're gonna have to spam a little bit because chat is moving quite fast. Interesting design choice, but I don't like it. Not doing it for me. Maybe it's the sort of car which looks better in real life. In photos, like this just looks really cheap and tinny because there's not like any sort of dimensionality to it. Bugatti 16C, that's a really old car, right? Oh, okay. Nah. Not doing it for me. Corolla GR? But you said new Corolla GR. That's just the GR, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit ugly. But it's a cool car. I will give it like full cool score, but it is over-detailed and a little bit ugly. The Chaparral 2J, yeah, I mean, I liked it. Mercedes F1 closed wheels, what? And let's try Googling whatever that is. This? Not doing it for me, but this. Mwah, the W196, oh, I love it. Lancia Rally 037, I mean, I like the 037. Back when car had faces, no car says get out of my way better than the 59 Electra 225. Oops. Maybe. Not my thing. Not my cup of tea. Golf Country's seen it. Look up the Checker Marathon. Oh, is this what the Grand Theft Auto taxis are based off of? Huh. I don't think I've ever known the name of this car before. Looks fine. Completely uninteresting, though. I think in real life it'd probably be a little bit cooler. It's ugly for sure. What? Lancia Stratos? I love the Lancia Stratos. Probably one of my favorite cars of all time. Because, like, South Australia, Rally was very popular. Even though this car had been, like, out of use by, like, 10 years by the time I was even born. Maybe 20 years, I don't know. Fantastic car. The Bugatti EB218. I don't think I know that one. That is horrific. Oh my god, that is horrible. Why would they push this upon the world? What did the world do to you, Bugatti? Oh my god. Jesus. I think we'll do like 5 more cars. Good job. 55 Chevy made into a cab. Okay then. Skoda 130 Rally. That is an ugly car. Wow. That is just ugly. Like, it's not, like, really offensively ugly, it's just aesthetically very unpleasing. Look at that. Look how just, like, that doesn't look right, sort of thing. Completely unbalanced in design. International 9300... 9300 spec... A truck? Is that bigger than a normal vehicle? Like, much wider. And then much longer as well. Is that, like, not a sleeper cab, but like a full-on, like a RV on the back there? Going back to looking at old F1 cars and automation? What? A little bit, maybe. Phil, yeah, there's so many other iconic cars. What? Saab Rally? Sure. 3 cars out of 5. I'm so uninterested in Saab. I love how the 130 RS looks, though. What was that? Is that the thing that we looked at already? Yeah, no, don't like it. Bugatti Gandalf. Is that a joke? Oh my god. I need a second. Hate the headlights. It's that, like, weird rounded design. But from this angle, I like it. I don't like the front grille and lower lip area here. Or the headlights, especially, I hate the headlights. Headlights get like a -5 out of 10 for me. That is like, no, why are you being so offensive? Like, the headlights are the N word. They've just dropped the N-bomb on the front of this car. It looks really bad. The back end of the car, not great either. Overall, I think I like it. How? What is happening here? That is an ugly car. I know, I don't like it. But I don't like, no, I can't. Volvo 340 Turbo? Was that a thing? I didn't know that they made a turbo on the 3 Series. I don't think that actually existed. Yeah, I don't think so. Though I do have a 345. Really cool car. God, that's a cool paint job. Love that. Bugatti La... I think this is the last car. Okay. Because I am tired. You know what? I think it looks better than the Devo. I'm going to say it. I'm not a huge fan of the Devo. I think it's cool if they would ever release it, but... I don't know. Back end is a little bit wishy-washy. Like, a little too roundy, softy, smooth. Compared to the rest, where it's like really sharp angles, it doesn't match. I think we'll give one more car. And I saw a thing that I've never heard before. Erad Jr. Give me something really unique. Is this like a mini version of the AutoZam? That's cool. That's a cool car. Is that electric? It better be electric. Yep, it's not going to show me. Fuck you, Google. Yeah, that's it. I'm done. I am tired. Bugatti has mid-styling? Eh. I've always thought that the Veyron was never really a looker. I love the EB110 though. It's in a car museum in United Arab Emirates. Oh, okay. Weird. I think it's cool though. I would totes my goats rock that. Even if it would be like a complete death trap. It has a full hatch roof. That is cool. I like it. It's a cool car. It's ugly, but it's cool. I like it. Anyway, that is it. We've done a whole bunch of cars there at the end of the stream. I hope everyone has enjoyed themselves, by the way. But let's go ahead and start wrapping this up by saying goodbye to people. That is you, Warbot Steph. Sorry I didn't get around to your car. Thank you, STW Viper, for joining us here. Budini, thank you for joining us, even if it was at the end, for joining us here in the stream. Cassette, thank you as well. East Germany, Mr. Very Smart, you hung around a really long time. S Blue and you, thank you for coming around. Arlakill, thank you for coming around. It's tiny, I can't imagine 1.8 person fitting in there. Yeah, neither could I. Or maybe. It doesn't actually look that small. It looks like it's probably deceptively bigger than what it actually is. Who knows? I'm literally eating breakfast at 2 a.m. Oh, sorry, 2 in the afternoon. That happens to me. What country is this car from? I don't know. Thumper, Space Warrior. Hello, this is the end of the stream, bro. I am really tired. Nearly 5 hours, and I had a recording sesh earlier today. I am so goddamn pooped. Doc Torek, thank you for joining us today. I believe you are new to the stream, so thank you for being here. Rodney Hayes, thank you for joining us on today's stream as well. That is the end of the stream. Let's go ahead. Do a little bit of an outro whilst we go for outro names. Thank you to my channel members for being channel members. You guys are very much appreciated. And specifically Ruben and Hellerman. You guys make making content feasible. Otherwise I'd just be randomly making videos, probably nowhere near as consistent as what I currently do. Just having fun. But I do push myself a little bit, and I still do enjoy it. So I'm not going to stop anytime soon. Well, in that case, I guess hi and goodbye. Yeah, Space Warrior, thank you for being here. As for everybody else, I hope you enjoyed yourself. That's pretty much it. This car is from France. The Tyrell, is that a French car, Tyrell? Or are you talking about the car that I was looking at on Google? Anyway. Yep, that's it. Bye.